Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's webinar of International Conference 2021 KPIBIB with the theme Business Concepts and Strategies Before, During and After the COVID-19 Pandemic Lesson from the Past to Build a Brighter Future today. With me, Nur Azifa and
Mrs. Arina Talina.
Before this event starts, we want to remind you about the rules and procedures during presentation and breakout room. Ladies and gentlemen, we have joined Zoom room. Please make sure that you are using the latest version of the Zoom applications. You can download it on the page www.zoom.us.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Siva. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We hope that all participants have entered this virtual room on time at 7:30 AM Jakarta time. After you have entered the Zoom room, please change your Zoom username. Mrs. Siva, do you know how to change your Zoom username?
Of course, Mrs. Ali. Please look at the username in the participant section when you have joined the Zoom room. There will be an arrow there and you can right-click on the rename option and change your Zoom username as follows.
That's right. For the committee, please change your username with _name_institution. For example, _Emi_Indrayani_UG. Then for participants who will present or presenters, please change your username with R number berikut huruf _name_institution. For example, R2_Winda_Widya_UG. So for the committee who are also presenters, please change your username with R number berikut huruf _name_institution. For example, R5_Ida_Astuti_UG. Welcome to join Mrs. Professor Dr. A.S. Margianti. Thank you for attending this seminar. Okay. For breakout room moderators, please change your username with MR number breakout room _name_institution. For example, MR7_Cecilia_UG. Meanwhile, for general participants or non-speakers, please change your username to 9_name_institution. For example, 9_Anissa_UG.
Thank you, Mrs. Ali, for the explanation. Please, everyone, I also want to remind all of you, do not forget to turn off the microphone when you are in the main and breakout rooms. You are not allowed to activate your microphone. So, Mrs. Ali, when we want to ask the presenter questions, how can we do it if we are not allowed to activate our microphone?
Yes, if you have a question for the presenter, you can press the raise hand button on the Zoom loop or send a direct message or chat directly to the host or moderator. So the host will open the microphone or the host moderator will represent your question.
Okay, so do not forget to turn off your microphone and you can send your questions through the Q&A box on the Zoom menu. Mrs. Ari, when we are presenting our paper, can we deliver it with the camera turned off in the breakout rooms?
No, of course, no. During the presentation, the presenters must turn on their cameras. So do not forget to always turn on your camera during the presentation in the breakout rooms, especially for the presenters. Okay?
Okay, I want to remind you also, during the lunch break, ISOMA, after the main or panel session, all participants can stay in the main room. The main room host will carry the assignment to enter the breakout room after the lunch break. Participants can click join when a request appears to join the breakout room.
That's right, during the lunch break or isoma, don't go anywhere, stay in the main room. Because when the parallel session starts, there will be a request to join the breakout room by the host. Please pay attention to it and don't forget to click join the breakout room. It will automatically move to a different room.
For the presenters, I want to remind you, the presenter must remain in the breakout room until the presentation is finished. So you can go anywhere until your presentation is done. However, you are allowed to move to another breakout room by asking the host in the main room when you finish the presentation.
That's right. You cannot leave the breakout room until your presentation has been done. But after you finish it, you can request the host to move to a different breakout room. For non-outer participants, you are allowed to switch to another breakout room by asking the host.
That's right. So we also want to remind you to stay in the main room when the panel session is over, because the closing ceremony will be held in the main room. Thank you.
So, we will always remind to all participants or presenters to change user, soon user.
Okay, the event will start soon. Let's all get ready. The event will be broadcast live streaming by UGTV. For all the participants, do not forget to turn off your microphone and change the Zoom username. Thank you.
Okay. The event will start soon. Let's get ready. This event will be broadcast live streaming by UGTV. For all the participants, do not forget to turn on your microphone and change your Zoom username. This main event will handled by our master ceremony, Mrs. Asti Damayanti and Mr. Guntur Eka Saputra. The time is yours.
When climbing on Sunday morning with professionals from different places in Kobe.
We would like to say a very good morning and welcome to the 2021 International Conference of KPI BIB. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace and blessing to all of us. Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Guntur Eka Saputra and my partner.
I'm Asti Darmayanti, the master ceremony of today's event. And together we will be guiding you throughout the event. And before we get started, allow us to convey our greetings to His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi, Kepala Direktorat Sumber Daya of the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Agus Setio Budi MSc, Head of LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, along with all staff.
The Honorable Mrs. Professor Dr. E.S. Margianti, SMM, the Chair of the Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis KPI BIB L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, and also the Rector of Universitas Gunadarma.
The Honorable Mr. Toto Sugiharto, Insinyur PhD, Dean of Economics Faculty, Universitas Gunadarma, Indonesia, and as Conference Chair of Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis KPI BIB LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta.
Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for Universitas Gunadarma to be the host of the 2021 International Conference of Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis KPI BIB L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta with the topic of business concepts and strategies before, during, and after COVID-19 pandemic, lessons from the past to build a brighter future, which is held online and is carried by following the safety health protocols.
For information, this conference is also broadcasted live by UGTV. UGTV is the first community television in Indonesia that is broadcasted through digital channel and is owned by the Universitas Gunadarma. UGTV can be accessed worldwide through our streaming channel at www.tv.gunadarma.ac.id and www.ugtv.co.id. And you can also enjoy our program through UGTV mobile application that is available in Play Store and App Store. The rebroadcasted program are also available at UGTV YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of the event consists of the conference chair report, welcome speech from the chair of KPI-BIB L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, welcome speech from the head of L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, welcome speech briefing and the official's opening of the conference, keynote speakers session, plenary session, parallel session, and the plenary session 2, conference communique and closing remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to commence the event by solemnly singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Participants in studio, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you for your participation. Participants in studio, please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, let us take a brief moment to thank God and the Almighty for giving us the mercy and the blessing. May God make this event beneficial to all of us. The prayer recitation will be led by Mr. Mulyadi SAGMM. Mr. Mulyadi SAGMM, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mari kita menundukkan kepala kita dan mengangkat kedua tangan kita seraya kita berdoa kepada Allah SWT. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbana ya Karim, ya Rahman ya Rahim. Allahumma sholli Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Alhamdulillah alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan wa fi ni'amahu wa fi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamd kama yanbaghi. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Qul Allahumma malikal mulki tu'ti mulkan man tasa'u wa tanzilul mulka mimman tasa'u wa tu'izzu man tasa'u wa tuzillu man tasa'u biyadikal khair innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Tulijul laila fil nahari wa tulijun nahara fil lail wa tukhrijul hayya minal maiti wa tukhrijul maita minal hayy wa tarzuqu man tasa'u bighairi hisab. Allahumma ya Allah, hari ini kami berkumpul di tempat yang berbahagia ini dalam kegiatan Konferensi Internasional KPI-BIB LLDIK di wilayah 3 Jakarta. Berdiskusi memorai pikir yang memberikan sumbangsi yang terbaik bagi kesejahteraan umat manusia dan negara. Karenanya ya Allah, Lancarkanlah kegiatan konferensi ini. Berkahilah, penuhilah pertemuan ini dengan kebaikan dari awal hingga akhir, sehingga dapat bermanfaat bagi kami semua. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Ya Allah, lapangkanlah dadaku dan lancarkanlah lidahku, serta mudahkanlah urusanku. Allahumma inni as'aluka ilman nafi'an wa rizqan thayyiban wa amalan mutaqabbalan. Ya Allah, sesungguhnya kami memohon kepadamu ilmu yang bermanfaat, rezeki yang halal, dan amal yang diterima. Jadikanlah hari ini penuh keindahan dengan rahmat-Mu yang berlimpah. Jadikanlah apa yang kami lakukan hari ini sebagai amalan untuk bekal kami menghadap. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. Rabbana ya Allah, atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda, we would like to cordially invite Mr. Toto Sugiarto, Insinyur PhD, as the chairman of the International Conference of KPI BIB to deliver this report. To Mr. Toto Sugiarto, Insinyur PhD, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I do hope that you are all in good health and prosperity. Amen. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. We thanks God Allah Almighty because of His permission and grace. The 2021 KPI BIB International Conference can be organized and will be attended by all of us this morning and this afternoon. I would like to tell you that many parties supported the organization of this conference. Accordingly, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude and appreciation to all of them. Firstly, I would like to thanks to the head of L2DT, Professor Agus Jodi, for his initiative to establish a scientific consortium in the field of business science and to encourage us, the consortium, to organize both national and international conference. And secondly, I'd like to thanks to our rector, Professor Dr. S. Mardianti, our beloved rector, who is also the chair of this consortium. Without her support, and who always with us in every sad and happiness, this conference could be organized, could be held this morning. Thank you very much, Ibu Rector. We love you always. And then I would like also to say hello to Bapak Director of Directorate of Resources, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi. Selamat pagi, Pak Sofwan Effendi, for his willingness to represent, to mewakili ke dalam ini, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, to deliver his welcome speech, briefing, as well as to officially open this conference. Thank you very much, Pak Sofwan. And also I'd like to say hello to Professor Nabsia Abdul Wahid from the Graduate School of Management, University Science, who has been willing to take her valuable time to be the keynote speaker of this conference. I do believe that your contribution, your speech, will be important part of this conference. It will make the conference more colorful and meaningful. I believe that, inshallah. I would like also to say hello to Professor Hermawan from Trisakti University, Dr. Dawood Ashraf from the Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Raghu Birdista from Tribhuvan University at Kathmandu, Nepal, Dr. Iman Murtonoson Haji from Dharma University, who are willing to provide their valuable time to be invited speaker in this conference. I do also believe that your presence and your contribution to the conference will be very significant. Thank you very much. I would also like to say hello to rectors and PIC from Perguruan Tinggi Swasta, member of the consortium, for their contribution and support so that this conference can be organized. Thank you very much. Vice Rector Bapak Raffi Ahmad, Assalamualaikum Pak Raffi. I would like to say thanks for his willingness to this afternoon to officially close this conference. Thank you very much, Pak Raffi. The presenters and participants, for all over the world, I would like to say thank you and welcome to the conference. Your presence and contribution made this conference more colorful with the result of research on various and actual interesting topics. All committees members, reviewers, moderators, and chairpersons, you all have made the conference become a reality. Last but not least, I would like to thanks to UGTV crew. I do believe that your presence and contribution will make this conference accessible to the people all over the world. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Insinyur Toto Sugiharto, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, following the agenda, we would like to cordially invite the Chairman KPIB as well as Director Universitas Gunadarma, Professor Dr. S. Margianti, SAMM, to deliver her speech. To Professor Dr. S. Margianti, SAMM, stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang saya hormati Bapak Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi yang dalam hal ini mewakili Ibu Suharti, Sekretaris Jenderal dari Kementerian Pendidikan, Culture, dan Teknologi Republik Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Profesor Dr. Agus Setiobudi MSc, Head of LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, dengan segenap jajarannya. Yang saya hormati Bapak Toto Sugiharto, Insinyur PhD, Dekan dari Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Gunadarma, juga Conference Chair dari Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, beserta segenap rekan-rekan yang lain. Honorable Professor Dr. Damsi Abdul Wahid from Graduate School of Business University Thailand, Malaysia, and then also of course speaker, moderator, committee that I cannot mention one by one in this morning. Very good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and also with on us also. This morning I am very delighted to meet you all here in the 2021 International Conference of Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis KPIB atau KPIBIB LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta with the topic of business concept and strategies before, during and after COVID-19 pandemic. Lesson for the past to build a brighter future, which is held online. It was a privilege and great honor to Indonesia, and especially for Universitas Gunadarma, to have the opportunity to take part in the 2021 International Conference LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta that taken place today. And also, of course, this is the first time for the international conference, and also I I hope that this will be continue, and then we try to keep it is in the sustainability situation, because I think this conference, also this togetherness will be very useful and will provide many benefits to all of us. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, KPI BIB LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta serves as a platform of discussion both in national and international level to bring the academia in sharing ideas and update their knowledge. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused us to make a number of rapid and profound changes in the way of we work and operate as a scientist and as a university. But one thing that has not changed is our commitment to working with our colleagues and partners, both national and international. The 2021 International Conference KPI BIB is the proof of our commitment and to continuously improve the quality of human resource graduates to have qualifications that are relevant to the time. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasion, I like also to express my hope that we can continue these activities and togetherness in the future. Also, in this occasion, for the last time, I would like to also highlight my highest appreciation to the contribution given by all parties that have helped for going up above and beyond to support and make sure the 2021 International Conference of Consortium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis happens. Thank you very much, and also we are looking forward for the officially opened by His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Safar Ahmadi. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. A.S. Margiandi, SCMA. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we would like cordially invite Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Setio Budi, MSc, the head of LLDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta, to deliver his speech. To Professor Dr. Agus Setio Budi, MSc, time is yours.
Thank you, MC. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Sofwan, the chairman of this conference, Mr. Insinyur Toto Sugiarto, PhD, and the chairman of International Conference KPI BIB, Professor Dr. A.S. Margiandi, keynote speakers, moderators, and distinguished guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Praise and gratitude to the Almighty God for the grace and guidance. Let me express on behalf of the Agency for Higher Education Service on Region 3 my warm welcome. You have kindly come all the way to this great event, Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis 2021 International Conference. Herewith I express my appreciation. It is my honor to give an opening remark in order to scale up and advance the publication in the theme of business concept and strategies before, during, and after COVID-19 pandemic. Listen from the past to bear a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has been under pressure from COVID-19 pandemic for almost 2 years. The impact is not only in the health sector, but in almost all sectors, including economy. A number of companies are out of business. Even leading digital-based companies were given up to rent and let off their staff and cut off the budget to survive in the midst of the outbreak. There are lessons learned for us to build resilience and set the strategy. Since we have all changed the way of life during the COVID-19, some change were forced us to reset our uh, workforce and business ecosystem because for most the business impact of the pandemic has been negative, but for some might be positive. For instance, there are still companies that are able to adapt and survive in this disrupted situation. Business activities that previously relied on mobility and face-to-face communication are no longer relevant. Currently, the mode of working from home with a video conference application has become a primary need for everyone. Therefore, the key in running business during a pandemic is digital transformation. Currently, utilizing technology and big data proficiently is a significant skill that business people must have because the dynamic and change in customer behavior are increasingly drastic. In addition, with social and physical distancing, companies are required to innovate and create new business model to be more productive. Nowadays, companies are expected to be more agile with the support of digital transformation. Those that will survive during the pandemic and new value will emerge for its customers. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is a form of synergy of government, local and international universities to improve the quality of publication, both quantity and quality, as well as creating culture scientific. Scientific paper writing which will ultimately lead to massive dissemination of knowledge both through seminars and publication. On behalf of Agency for Higher Education Service on Residency, I would like to thank to host and co-host. This consortium provides a valuable opportunity for lecturers, research scientists, and industry specialists to share experience. I'm so grateful to the many experts who attend to share their knowledge in this consortium. I'm sure you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchange ahead. I wish you every success with this event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Setiabudi and Asyik for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we would like to cordially invite Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Effendi, the head of Resource Directorate of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, on behalf of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of Republic Indonesia, Mrs. Suharti Insinyur MA PhD, to deliver his speech and to officially open the 2021 International Conference of Konsorsium Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Ilmu Bisnis KPI-BIB L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta. To Dr. Muhammad Sofyan Effendi, the time is yours.
Yang saya hormati Ibu Prof. Margianti, the Chair of Consortium of Publikasi Ilmiah Bidang Bisnis, Prof. Agus Setiabudi, Kepala LL di Wilayah 3, Jakarta, distinguished speakers and guests, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua, semoga kita diberikan dalam kesehatan. Good morning everyone. On behalf of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, culture, research, technology, I would like to greet all of you in this conference, Consortium for Scientific Publication in Business Science International Conference 2021. It is a great pleasure for me to attend this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, disruption of technology brings with it a massive impact on all sectors of our life. We also face change in our demographic and socio-economic profile. In addition, the pandemic COVID-19 creates speedy transformation of our structure. Doing our business as usual is not enough anymore. We are at quite a change, a way of doing things. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology understand that we need breakthrough amid the turbulence. Therefore, Minister Nadiem Makarim introduced various policies within the framework of Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, or freedom of learning independent campus, to ensure that learning process are not distinguished, are not discontinued by the pandemic COVID-19, and to enhance the link and match between industry and academia in the era of Industrial Revolution 4.0. At higher education level, the Ministry, through its Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, introduced higher education policy direction and strategies, which are aimed at increasing enrollment rate of higher education, improving higher education quality and relevance, improving the quality of lecture and supporting staff, and strengthening the governance system of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology. The Directorate General are committed to transform our higher education to achieve 8 key performance indicators. The indicators are graduate getting decent job, student having off-campus experience, lecturer having off-campus activities, practitioners teaching at campuses, lecture work used by community and gain international recognition, study program collaborating with world-class and counterparts, collaborative and participative class, and the last, internationally accredited study program. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, within the framework of independent campus, kita kenal sebagai Kampus Merdeka, we strive for nurturing excellent human resources through 9 activities, which enable students to have 1 semester experience of department or 2 semesters off campus. The activity are student exchange, internship, teaching at school, research humanitarian project, student entrepreneurship, independent study or project, rural development and states defense. In terms of research, there is need for a scientific research program with produce, model, or scheme of collaborative and participatory learning between lecturer, student, and relevant counterpart. Thus, the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology introduced various research program, research grant program, focusing on the area which support the national needs, such as the green economy, blue energy, or we call blue economy, and medical technology and devices, tourism, and digital technology. The Directorate General also provides schemes for nurturing innovation, such as Innovation Talent Program and Startup Innovation of Indonesia. All these efforts are to ensure that research and innovation can bring the utmost benefit to the society, that is Indonesia and the society and the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent amalgamation of the Ministry of Research and Technology and the Ministry of Education and Culture result in the Ministry Education, Culture, Research and Technology. The amalgamation brings a new momentum to our efforts of making Indonesia 4.0 towards super smart society 5.0. It gives us new energy to achieve one of the four pillars of Indonesian Vision 2045. That is the development of human resources and the mastery of science and technology. Many research funding schemes that are administered by the Ministry of Research and Technology are now handed over to the Ministry of Education and Culture, Research and Technology. Scheme research of grant and mandatory research grant with the funding from the Indonesia Endowment Fund for Education and two variety of research funding scheme for the Directorate General of Education, Research and Technology of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. Finally, I would like to conclude my remarks by extending my gratitude to the conference organizers, speakers, and participants who share the same idea that we need to learn from the past to build a brighter future. On that note, I wish you a fruitful and meaningful conference that could be contributed to our society, Indonesia, and the world. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, before continuing the keynote session, please enjoy a performance by Pilots Band with Gending Sriwijaya.
Menjaga emas beraksi kesitra. Dengan kalam buang lembagani suka indralaya. Taman puji keturunan Maharaja Sailendra. Mendengarkan iramanya lagu Kending Sriwijaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding to the keynote session. We will have a presentation delivered by Professor Dr. Napsia Abdul Wahid from the Graduate School of Business University Sains Malaysia. To Professor Dr. Napsia Abdul Wahid, the screen is yours. Professor Dr. Napsia, can you hear our voice? Hello? Hello, Professor Dr. Napsia, I think the connection might
Okay, and
be...
can you please open the camera so the audience can see your face in the screen?
So I think the Professor Dr. Napsia is still preparing
Okay.
the presentation.
Trying to upload. I'm trying to upload. Just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Napsia,
Yeah.
are you saying something? Because we cannot hear it clearly in our side.
No, just hold on. I'm just trying to find my other. Just hold on. Just give me one
Okay,
minute because
okay,
that is
okay.
something.
Yeah, I'm just make sure that you're not instructing us to do anything. So yeah, it's okay. Take your time. Maybe.
Sorry, I thought that you can actually have this. Okay.
Okay. Do you need us to help with anything?
Okay. Trying to. Okay. Oops. All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank
I'm
you.
so sorry about that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Be patient with the elderly.
Yes. Good luck for the presentation, and the screen is yours.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. All praise to God, to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for allowing me actually to be here today and to join you all with this keynote speech. All right. Now, the thing given to me was actually business concepts and strategies before, during, and after COVID-19. Lessons from the past to build a brighter future. But then, for this purpose, I'm putting into different things a bit. So the title that I'll be speaking about will be on business concepts and strategies before, during, and after COVID-19 pandemic. Right, and for those who don't know, my name is Napsia Abdul Wahid. I am from Graduate School of Business in University Science Malaysia, Pulau Pinang. Okay, I have a few parts to this lecture. Okay, to this speech. Okay, the first part will be in terms of introducing the want to. Okay. The first part is about introduction to COVID-19 scenario, and then I will start speaking about COVID-19. Okay. Now, everyone knows that actually COVID-19 is caused by coronavirus. It started as an outbreak in 2019, then it quickly accelerated and turned into a pandemic. And on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization has declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic. And the effect is massively felt, particularly in global health and economy, the two which very much affect people's social freedom and quality of life. Then you can actually see that COVID-19 has actually caused a humanitarian crisis globally. Why? Because people's lives is no longer normal. Livelihoods, marketplace, normal diagnostically are also hugely compromised. Increased mortality rates in nations cause unbelievable panic. Why? Because when people are, have grief, confused, they are actually anxiety. The anxiety is high, and then anger. Anger is actually felt among members of the public. Why? Because to them, they perceive uncertainty. They do not know what happened to them, and also to the nation, and also to the global world. Now it means what? It means the uncertainty is forced on one's collective, social, economic future, and also own survivability. The world has become chaotic. Now, let me just go on to the next one. Okay, here. Right? Oh, sorry, I forgot to do that one. Let me just go on this one. Now, that one was what happened. I just draw you a scenario for the global public. Now, what about the businesses in the marketplace? Now, if you can actually see, the chaos is actually also felt by the businesses in the marketplace too. The businesses know that they must react quickly to COVID-19 effects. Because of why? Because COVID-19 has actually disrupted their normal business operations and the marketplace dynamicity, which are normal to them, which are familiar to them prior to the outbreak and also the pandemic. So businesses now find themselves that many of the normal practices they apply prior to COVID-19 may no longer be relevant and referred to. They no longer becomes a guide to do this or to do that. Why? Because now COVID-19 has pushed the businesses in the marketplace, including their stakeholders, into the new normal era. Something which is unprecedented and unforeseen before. So business now realize that they must come to terms with the COVID-19 reality quickly. They must act quickly. Why? Because they have no time to breathe nor to panic. Why? Because if they do not resolve the issues brought by COVID-19 fast, then they will be left behind. And then those who left behind may not survive. And one issue in particular is on whether they need to adopt and or adapt to the new normal era. Now let me go on to the next slide. Okay. Let's go to the subtitle which I put here, New Normal Observed. So, if you can actually look into this one here, okay, I'm asking you, is the marketplace actually witnessing the emergence of new normal? Is it really new normal? Or is it something that still normal? Okay, but the thing is, in this unprecedented reality, the marketplace is actually witnessing the emergence of a new era or the new normal for its stakeholders. Governments, for instance, let's talk about the stakeholders now. Governments, for instance, find themselves enforcing strict policies to curb and minimize public travel through District Movement Order or RMO. While if you can actually see here, while this policy is actually to curb the COVID-19 spread, the restriction on the travel bans have actually caused major impacts on the economy, in particular the restaurants. Okay, the restaurants, hospitality. Restaurants are amongst the ones that are tremendously hit, as people could not visit nor dine in as they do prior to the outbreak and pandemic. For those who travel, got the permits to travel, applying social distancing, wearing masks, and continuous sanitizing become the basis of human interaction outside their home. Why? Because this one is as ways to ensure that society's health and safety are preserved. Non-compliance means that they are punishable by law. That is how strict the governments are. I'm sure this one happens not only in Malaysia but also in Indonesia as well. Okay. Now, while the governments try their best to curb the COVID-19 spread, the spillover effect can be seen on other stakeholders in the marketplace. Customers in the marketplace find themselves having to change their buying behavior as they are forced to stay quietly at home following government's restrict movement order. Although the younger generations are familiar to online shopping, many other groups, including the older adults, or it find themselves forced to adopt such online buying behavior. Some businesses find the change in customers' buying behavior benefiting them. They gain not only new customers, but product sales have been seen to soar, and companies' profit is actually doubled or tripled, even more sometimes. Okay? And for other businesses, unfortunately, they find themselves to lose existing customers fast, and sales decline to the point of them going towards bankruptcy. This is really something which can be, very extreme. One is to the point of profitability, the other one is actually going more to bankruptcy. Now, many businesses are also experiencing the need to abide by the government's strict orders for temporary closings of their business premises, such as retail outlets, eating places, and entertainment that are not categorized as priority. USM is also included in that. We have to close and then we have to start, we have to continue with online education, okay, and online learning, okay, online learning. Okay, now, the thing is, let's go to the next one. Are we actually switching to new normal? So the question that I'm asking here, are the changes observed from the samples or the examples that I have shared earlier indicate that the marketplace is going under restructuring process that will replace the current social, behavioral, and economic order? If yes, then are these changes and or the structure represent a part of the new normal itself? And then these are only one of the questions. But then now more questions businesses have to ponder. The ones that I have actually included here, include how much of the COVID-19 disruption has actually affected the marketplace and its stakeholders. What is the scale, what is the speed, and what is the impact of COVID-19 issues that businesses need to tackle or resolve quickly or reactively? Does this mean that past familiar remedial actions as being practiced in the normal practices no longer relevant? How has the situation changed? What is the magnitude of COVID-19 crisis that can be learned? Do we need to unlearn? And then what is coming back to this? At the end of the day, we have to ask ourselves, what is new normal? Or in other words, what I'm asking is that what characterizes new normal? Now, that is basically the first part of the lecture. Now, let's go to the second part. I'm talking about the business concept now. Let's talk about the business concept. The literature has actually acknowledged many descriptions on what a business concept is. Some have provided brief and simple descriptions, while others, describe them in detail and in depth. BusinessDictionary.com, for instance, defines a business concept as an idea for a business that includes basic information such as the service or product, the target demographic, and a unique selling proposition that gives a company an advantage over its competitors. A business concept may involve a new product or simply a novel approach to marketing or delivering an existing product. What it means is that once a concept is developed, it can be incorporated into a business plan. Now, from the various definitions available in the literature, for the purpose of this paper, simply stated, I refer a business concept to a full, well-thought idea that helps to establish or transform a successful business. So what it means is that, to make sure that it is a working business concept, it has to be able to transform. It has to be successful. It has to show that it is successful. From this business concept, one will be able to answer to all the common 5 W's and 1 H questions. What are these? what are the 5 W's and 1 H questions in regards to what the business is about. When we talk about this, then it means that it involves the market offer. For example, the product, the service value. What is it? Okay. what is its characters and so on. Who? The second W is who. Who has the needs for for the product or the market offer? And then who actually refers particularly in terms of the customer segments. Now, the third and the fourth W's refer to where and when. Okay? And then in terms of this, I am referring to where and when would the business be relevant. And this means, in terms of this, it means that I am actually referring to the marketing channels as been pointed out in the 4 P's of marketing strategies. The last W is why. The question that we have to ask ourselves is that why is the business being valued? And then this refers to the unique selling proposition or the USP. And last but not least, the H, the only one H, is actually referring to how. The question is it how is the product or how is the market offer being pushed or pulled into the market effectively? And when we say about effective being pulled or being pushed into the marketplace or into the chain, so it means that we need to have proper business plan, business strategy, and also business model. And as you can actually see here, it means that business concept and also business strategy and also the business model and also business plan are all interrelated. And it is how do you say, quite familiar for us to actually to see that business plan, business strategy, business model, and also business concept, being used interchangeably, because basically they are actually referring to nearly the same components or nearly to the same construct. Now, let me go on to the next one. Illustrating a business concept using SPA business example. I know that earlier you're talking about the education. I was thinking about putting in the education first before this, but then I was thinking like, okay, never mind, because you wanted to have you're asking about the businesses, so therefore maybe because the education is quite familiar to me, but so maybe I would like to share some other things. Okay, so now I'm looking into the SPA service, for example, and then this SPA service is only an example to illustrate business concept. Okay, now, when we talk about the SPA service, once we wanted to illustrate, let us use an example of a business concept which I am taking from the wellness services industry. Briefly, wellness refers to the overall sense of one's well-being. It means what? It involves body, mind, and also spirit. And from a business practitioner's perspective, wellness is a holistic approach comprising the management of people's well-being, beauty care, nutrition, and relaxation that are provided in spas. Before this, if you look into the history, wellness actually looks into what? Into water healing. Okay? Into water healing. So, now, when we talk about spas, and we say that spas actually giving or providing the well-being, one's well-being, spas actually defined as places devoted to overall well-being through a variety of professional services that encourage the renewal of mind, body, and spirit. As we can actually see in here, we can ask ourselves, is spa actually creating a need? Is it real? Is the need real? Now, let us go into the background of spa business for a bit. People's concern for wellness can actually be traced back to ancient civilizations. Because of why? Because of why during that time we can actually see Cleopatra, for example, using milk treatment, to make sure that her body remains fabulous. So it means since the people's concern for wellness can be traced back to ancient civilization, it means that by offering a spa service to customers who are deeply concerned about their wellness is considered a good business concept. Why is it a good business concept? It's not only workable, but also it has high potential for profitable business. If you look into the definition that I gave earlier on, success, a business concept must be profitable. You must be able to result in profitable business. So if you listen to the background of this industry, we can actually see modern fast-paced lifestyle, high level workforce stress, people are working, people are stressed out, people are aging, so therefore, like me, I am in the elderly market, for example, so I need help in so many things. I need to relax, I need to prepare, I need to indulge myself into relaxation, into something, into massage and all those things. That actually that I perceived as something that gives me benefits into my wellness, into my well-being, the whole well-being. And then again, the modern fast-paced lifestyle, perceived failure of the current medical system. Some people are skeptic about modern medicines. Even now, we can actually see during this COVID-19, there are anti-vaccines groups as well. And when the culture believes in terms of why we need spa, why we need to do wellness, do we have certain things or certain ways to follow in terms of bringing back wellness to our bodies. And then lastly, the government calls for healthy population have been cited in the literature as factors that contribute towards people's concern for wellness. So because of these, because of the real need that has been created, the wellness industry can be seen to prosper because customers have the real and continuing need to refresh, to revive, to renew themselves in body, in mind, and in spirit. When I say about real and continuing need, it means what? It means that the need for wellness is going to be repetitive business, at least for the individual, for those who are concerned about their wellness. So this real need has helped to contribute towards the growth and popularity of the wellness industry globally. Now, let's go for the opportunity for the business growth. Can we go on to this? Okay, all right, now. Let's go to the part where I'm talking about the opportunity for business growth is real. According to Global Wellness and Tourism Economy November 2018 report, in 2017, the wellness tourism industry amounts to $639.4 billion, and it was identified as the fastest tourism segment, growing at twice the rate of the general tourism itself, because at the rate of 6.5% annually between 2015 to 2017. And geographically, we are blessed because we are in the Pacific, the Asia-Pacific region. The Asia-Pacific region has been observed to be the favorite among wellness travelers. The global wellness tourism economy has actually projected the tremendous growth at 13% between 2017 and 2020 for wellness tourism industry for Asia-Pacific regions. And then this totaling $251.6 billion for the region out of the $919.4 billion globally. That is a good amount. That's a very, very high amount. And as a country, let's talk about the country. As a country, Malaysia is a significant contributor in this region, as it is now listed in the top 10 wellness tourism markets. This one is according to GWI 2018. And then for the wellness tourism markets in Malaysia, it totals 519.2 billion in expenditures. Although this is so, in performance-wise, it is only at the 8th ranking. Indonesia and Thailand, are still above Malaysia. Because of why Malaysia is now trailing behind Thailand, because Thailand is now on the 3rd ranking position and Indonesia on the 7th position respectively, just above Malaysia. Now, let's go to capturing spas added value through brand concept. People will not, some people do not know what wellness is. Some people do not know what spa is. I have actually conducted an exploratory survey and then asked people to talk about spa. What do they know about spa? They do not know. Not many know. Only those who have become a familiar consumers know what spa is about. They can actually name the services, the various services that they can actually use at the spa services center. And while others will not know anything, some actually use or say that they have experiencing the spa services because of why? Because it was given to them as a reward or as a gift from their loved ones. So therefore, you can actually see that although this is so, although in terms of tourism industry, it has actually captured. It is lucrative, but then still many do not know about the services, not really know about what this is all about. Now, this is the reason for why we can actually capture spas added value by using a brand. Why do we need this? The business concept is actually stronger and becomes more worthy when it is designed with the brand concept in place. Let's say that the firm or the company may select using the brand Warisan or Warisan Melayu as its brand name, for instance, which is found to be appropriate as it is in line with the market offer intent. Okay, the brand name indicates the spa business identity, which is customers need for Malay healings and type of therapy that it offers. The brand name of something else can be referring to the identity that the spa owner wanted to have. That's the reason for why we have a Swedish therapy or a Thai therapy, traditional therapy, and all those things, in terms of this spa. But then again, bringing a brand concept that can help people to identify what the product is all about, will actually help in capturing the spas added value. So it means from this illustration, what I can actually say is that we can actually conclude that a successful business concept, that is to provide and maintain wellness through spa, is one that is able to fill a real need. In terms of the real need, it means that we're talking about the customers' need to refresh, to revive, to renew themselves in body, mind, and spirit, which is positioned to continue well into the future. Meaning, in terms of when we say about continuing well into the future, I am actually referring to the repeated wellness issue. Now, importantly, a business concept is successful only when it is supported with sizable customer segments with real need. So in this case, we are talking about what? We are talking about the wellness spa services. to help identify the opportunity size and as a way to forecast its performance, service providers must be able to answer these specific questions. Okay, for example, in terms of this, I'm putting in 4 questions. 1, how many people in the marketplace that need help to resolve their problems? How many people can afford and enjoy the solution provided by spa services? Is the market already filled with established players that influence the market behavior and market share? And is the market growing or actually is it shrinking? So these are the questions that can help one to determine whether a business concept is actually successful or not. Now, let's say that the business concept is successful then. That one is during normal era. Now, let's move on to part 3, strategizing for survivability in normal, new normal and post-new normal COVID-19. And I'm talking about now about business strategy. Let me just briefly share with you what I mean by business strategy. For the purpose of this paper, I am actually referring to business strategy as the outline of firm's actions and decisions in its business plans. Because of why? Because they need to achieve the goals and objectives that are being set by the company. So it means what? If that is the objective, so it involves the functions and works of every firm's department. So it means that whether you are in the finance department, whether you are in the HR department, whether you are in marketing, or whether you are in operation, all must work together. All must be teamwork. All must actually be able to work in teams in line with the vision, mission, and goals of the company. Now, why is the business significant? A business strategy is actually significant for organizations mainly because it helps firms to identify what key steps to take to reach its business goals through thorough planning. Business strategy will fail without plan. It also helps the firm to identify and evaluate its strengths and weaknesses, as we have done in SWOT analysis. And then the identification and evaluation of the strengths and weaknesses would guide the firm to actually to create or to develop a suitable strategy that would further optimize the firm's strengths and to compensate or eliminate any of the weaknesses that we have identified. So it means what? So it means that we are actually looking into a position, into an insight whereby we can actually go and compete in a comfortable position. In addition to planning, in addition to the strengths and weaknesses, I'm also putting in here efficiency as one of the significance of why we have to implement business strategy. In terms of this, in regards to this, efficiency actually helps firms to allocate available resources. How? Effectively. The allocation of the resources must be done effectively for planned business activities to make the firm to be more efficient. Because or else, it means that we are inefficient. Okay? We are inefficient. Now, the next reason for why the business strategy is significant is because it allows firm to control the types of business activities it wants to participate in according to its organizational goals. So the business activities can even involve the CSR, although that one is not necessarily directly relevant to what they are doing, but then the CSR actually helps them to actually to be noticed by other competitors or by the public in the marketplace. So the last reason for the significance or why business strategy is significant is because through business strategy, competitive advantage can be achieved. Why? Because firm can now capitalize on the strength and uniqueness that the firm has actually identified earlier on. Now, Let's go to the next part. To the next part, which I say here as the survivability in normal, new normal, and post new normal eras. I'd like to actually bring you back to the business concept earlier. You have to remember that we said earlier that business concept is one that will actually ensure it is profitable, that the business will be profitable. And then this business concept works well in normal situations. So it means that it is successful in the normal situation. Unfortunately, for those when we are going into or we are entering the new normal or during crisis, the business concept that works fine during normal situations may not actually work. Thus, the ability to identify new and innovative strategies is helpful to ensure survivability, no matter in the new normal, in the normal, new normal, or post-normal eras. I'm putting in the whole three stages together here. So, to do this, to ensure that we can actually survive, I am now sharing the formula of 3 R's plus 1 S. Okay? 3 R's and 1 S to show the business cycle, how the business cycle firms will go through to ensure their survivability. Okay? Now, what is this 3 R's and 1 cycle is about? It starts with the businesses having to review its current position. This one is simply briefly, okay? Review its current position. Once it has reviewed its current position, now it has to decide upon the new position that it wants to have. Next, goes to the next cycle, which is to decide on the resilience attributes to survive the new position that it takes. And last but not least, you see, to make the strike before the cycle starts again. It will actually continue and start cycle again. Now, let's go to these 3 R's and also one S. When we talk about the review, as I said earlier, review the business position is the first step for firms to take. By reviewing, it means that businesses will revisit, reassess, and reflect the current position that they have. The second step is actually resolve. When we talk about resolve, this is where the firm decides and agrees on the position it expects to compete in the marketplace. Where is it comfortable in? With whom are they competing? Are they actually competing with the established competitors, or is it competing with the young market, young player in the marketplace, or what?
I beg your pardon, Professor Dr. Namsia, the time is remaining 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, all right. So I better hurry then. Okay.
Thank you.
The question that now the next step is resiliency attributes. The question that we want to have to ask is how flexible the firm is, or how far can a firm flex and adjust itself when the issues arise in the marketplace. Because the last step is to make the strike. This is when the firm enters or re-enter the marketplace. It will establish or re-establish itself to confidently compete at the marketplace position it has decided upon in the second step, as we said earlier. And then the refined business concept will help the firm to transform and prosper. And so it means that in terms of this, for the common strategies that firms can actually apply in the normal, new normal, and also post-normal eras at any part of the cycle of these 3 R's and 1 S cycle include cross-selling. Okay, cross-selling, create innovative product or services. I'm sorry, I cannot actually go into detail as to explain what these are because of time limit. Increase sales from the new products, improve customer service, and also pricing strategies. These are all common strategies that are normally practiced during normal era. But then again, if you look into this, I do not have time to actually to tell you how we can actually apply this one during the new normal and also the post-normal. But then again, these are the things that we can actually look for. Now, let's go to the last part, which is the concluding remark. As a concluding remark, I am not telling you saying that it's a very well-positioned business concept is one that solves the key need for some niche in the marketplace, both today and the future. Then there is no doubt that the concept actually works. We know that that works during the normal era. However, given the fast-moving changes that happened due to COVID-19 pandemic, it is worth for businesses to take a moment to review and re-evaluate the scope of their current market offers to see if the business concept is still relevant in the new normal era. This would help businesses to save themselves a lot of time and effort and reduce the risk of failing along the way. And they can take refuge when the new normal era shifts to post-new normal stage, as this is where businesses have the options to choose. Why? Because one is during the normal, the new normal is during the crisis. Now, when we are talking about the post-new normal, it means that they have the options, they have the freedom to choose. One is whether they will continue with the new and refined strategies they have adopted during the new normal. Two is whether to go back to the strategies applied during the normal era. Three, whether to adopt both options. Or four, whether they can actually review using the 3 R's and 1S formula and see whether new strategies are specifically needed for the post-new normal era. Because for what we have actually said here, business concepts really works very well. It is working during the normal one, but then it may have to be tweaked a little during during the crisis, or maybe go for the disruptive marketing totally during that crisis. And so when we have actually going out from that, we go to the post-normal. Now we have the freedom because we have actually tackled those, and then we see whether we are actually going for the new normal, or we are now going back to the behaviors and lifestyles that we have actually gone through before. And with this, I think I thank you very much. I'm sorry I take a lot of time in terms of this. Thank you so much.
Baru
The first plenary will be delivered by two exceptional speakers accompanied by a moderator and a host. Therefore, please welcome the Honorable Mr. Daud Ashraf PhD from Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and the Honorable Mr. Iman Murtono Sunhaji PhD for Faculty of the Economics Universitas Gunadarma, Indonesia. The first plenary session will be moderated by the Honorable Mr. Muhammad Rizki Rizaldi, SA MSc MM, and Mrs. Nur Azifa, SA MSc, as the host of the session. To Mr. Muhammad Rizki Rizaldi, SA MSc MM, and Mrs. Nur Azifa, SA MSc, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, HTC viewers and also all participants of International Conference 2021 KPIBIB with the theme Business Concept and Strategies Before, During and After the COVID-19 Pandemic Lesson from the Past to Build a Brighter Future. With me Azifa from Gunadarma University, I will lead these plenary sessions as a host, inshallah, until about 12 p.m. Jakarta time. This event is also available on UGTV live stream. Now it is 10 a.m. Jakarta time and 6 a.m. Saudi Arabia time. It's such a special event since we have international speakers and participants from various countries. Now we have two invited speaker and moderator. One of invited speaker and moderator are joined with us here today in our studio room. And the other invited speaker will be live from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Please we welcome Mr. Daud Ashraf. Thank you for being here. So I think all the speakers and moderators are already here. I'm glad to welcome Mr. Daud Ashraf, PhD, Mr. Iman Murtono, PhD, and also Mr. Muhammad Rizki Rizaldi, MSc. It's such a pleasure to meet you all. Just a reminder before we get started, if you have any questions during the presentations, please type them into the question box in your Zoom control panel. The moderator will bring them up during the presentation, and we will also have time for questions at the end of session. Now, without further ado, we will turn the time over to Mr. Rizaldi as the moderator. Time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ibu Nur Azifa. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. My name is Muhammad Rizki Rizaldi. I'm an assistant professor here in Faculty of Economics, Gunadarma University, and I will be moderating this session, inshallah. Welcome to the first plenary session of this international conference that is jointly organized by 26 universities under LLDT Region 3. And it's been an honor for Gunadarma University to be hosting this conference this year. In this blissful morning, we are going to discuss the grand theme of the conference, business concepts and strategies before, during, and after the COVID-19 pandemic, lessons from the past to build a brighter future, with two distinguished invited speakers who will be sharing their expertise and experience relevant with the grand theme that we have for this plenary session in this international conference. Before we proceed to the main session, which is the presentation, I would like to introduce our invited speaker first. The first speaker is Dr. Iman Murtono Sunhaji. Dr. Iman Murtono Sunhaji is currently the head of the Department of Management, Faculty of Economics, Gunadarma University. Dr. Sunhaji holds PhD in Management from the University of Economics, Prague, Czech Republic in 1999. He is a senior lecturer in Department of Management, Faculty of Economics, Gunadarma University. He has been teaching investment and stock market, business statistics, operation research, and marketing for over 19 years. His research interests are investment, stock market, research in financial technology, and digital marketing. Dr. Sunhaji actively collaborates in conducting research and writing for publication. He is also a member of the Indonesian Economic Scholar Society, or ISE, the Indonesian Lecturer Association, or ADI, the Association of Stock Market Lecturer, and a member of International Association of Registered Financial Consultants. Dr. Sunhaji also holds several professional certifications, including Certified Investment Manager or Wakil Manager Investasi, Certified Assessor of the NSP, GPMP, TPLM, and GOPT. the second speaker, Dr. Daud Ashraf. Dr. Daud Ashraf is a senior research economist at Islamic Development Bank Institute based on Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. He holds a PhD in banking and finance, and he is also a charter holder and a member of GFA Institute. He has combined banking and academic experience of more than 2 decades. Before joining the AICBI, Dr. Ashraf has worked with Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University in Saudi Arabia and TD Bank Financial Group in Canada. Dr. Ashraf's research interests are in sustainable ethical finance, portfolio management, banking, corporate finance, and artificial intelligence application in finance. Dr. Ashraf has published several international journals and has presented his research work at various international conferences. He is also a subject editor of Emerging Market Review and Journal of International Financial Markets, Institution and Money. Dr. Ashraf has contributed and delivered several leadership training programs on topics related to Islamic finance. He has led teams to produce several vital reports on the policy side, including the first 2 editions of the Global Report on Islamic Finance, the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic finance, and the artificial intelligence to harness financial inclusion. To the audience, we now proceed to the main session, which is the presentation. For those who are joining this session by Zoom, don't forget to prepare your questions and jot it down in the Q&A box. And you may ask in English or in Bahasa Indonesia, and I will translate it later. The first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Iman Murtala Haji from Gunadarma University. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Murtala.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
How are you?
I'm just fine. Thank you for having me here.
Alhamdulillah. It's nice to see you here. Thank you for your willingness to accept our invitation. Your presentation should be no more than 30 minutes. Please welcome Dr. Iman Murtala.
Thank you, Pak Rizky Rizali. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before my presentation, please allow me to give my highly gratitude to the Rector of Gunadarma University, Ibu Profesor Dr. S. Mardianti SMM, Vice Rector Profesor Suryadi Harmanto, Mr. Chairman, Pak Toto Sugiarto PhD. Thank you very much. It's a very fantastic and remarkable conference. And to the whole committee, very fantastic job. Ladies and gentlemen, nowadays my presentation entitled COVID-19 Pandemic and Stock Market Turbulence. So how can we survive? There are so many questions out there, but there is one question that I remember. What is the relationship between COVID-19 pandemic and the stock market? So, very clear to answer. COVID-19 pandemic caused panic situation to the investor. COVID-19 pandemic has impact on the financial performance, especially to the institution listed in the stock market. So, I may give you some very interesting presentation. Allow me to move on to the slide. Okay, this is about the situation just now. But before continue, I give you there's some very nice note from Thomas Edison. Vision without execution is just hallucination. So we'll remember. This is about the situation just now. COVID-19 has become a world pandemic, very bad situation. It's counted globally from 27 September 2020, and it has been stated that 237 million 196,253 COVID-19 cases is confirmed. So, and the situation right now is more manageable, but before that, since COVID-19 began on November 1999 in Wuhan, Indonesia had suffered from the COVID. So the situation currently, we can estimate now the data confirmed in Indonesia we have 4,228,552 confirmed cases, and sadly we had 142,716 confirmed deaths recently. Ladies and gentlemen, so the other things that we should know about this situation is COVID-19 dramatically had impact not only in our daily life, but also had impact to the government regulation. So we move on to the next slide. This is a COVID-19 pandemic timeline. As shown, the pandemic begins at the first wave. The COVID localized with its direct impact. We now see the first is initial production shock, then initial demand shock, distortion to supply chain, interruption of human flows. So, in the second phase is the short to medium terms, that distortion to the trade flows, that effect, and interruption of capital flows. On the third wave, it's gonna impact to the macroeconomic condition. First, we see this aggregate supply shock, aggregate demand shock, price level shock, loss of employment and income. Is very concerning with this case, and exchange rate volatility and rise in financial risk and instability. Then the fourth wave, as a long term, we see the reduced economic growth in every country. The growth of the country economics is declining. At the long term, as a fifth wave, at the post-pandemic, we'll see the recession to deflation, and shift in international cooperation. So that's the whole of the timeline of COVID-19 pandemic condition. So let's have a look. This Indonesia's economic improvement trend continues. Sources from Central Bank of Indonesia. At the first chart, we've seen this GDP growth. Now it's getting much better. But before, we had a bad impact, especially in 2020. On March, Indonesia is not as good for this economic situation before. But now, I think the situation is rather stabilized, and the economic position is getting much better. So, the whole picture is showing about this situation of the Indonesia's economy. Next slide. This is about the government measures to how to mitigate the COVID-19 risk. This especially focus or refocusing policy for the Indonesian budget. First, about the presidential regulation number 7, slides 2020, task force to manage COVID-19 outbreak. The second one is presidential instruction number 4, slides 2020, concerning refocusing on the activities, relocation of ministry agency budget, and procurement of goods and services in the framework of mitigating COVID-19 outbreak. Also, this instruction to the Minister of Finance, circular number 6, slides 2020, on refocusing activity and reallocation of ministry budget in the framework of mitigating COVID-19 outbreak. So, this policy is quite encouraging and hopefully make this economic back to on track. So the next slide. This is about the illustration of health and economic recovery in one wheel. Remember, if we have a car, then we have to control our car. We have to be patient, very carefully, and to avoid the accident. So this probably the same situation like in COVID-19 pandemic. We have how to brake, and so we need the brake fluid enough to control the brake, and this is about how to keep the health safety net, and we have to very carefully and pay attention on these things. The other one is the gas pedal. This is for social safety net and real sector safety net. So we need enough oil or gas source of funding to make sure the drain is smooth and doesn't leak. So in the one side, we have to keep this brake with the strong brake to control this COVID-19 pandemic. The other, so we have to step on the gas. So you can imagine how difficult the situation is. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, my colleagues, let's see this next slide. So we move on now. Okay, this is economic recovery and COVID-19 handling requires a medium-term plan up to 2023 or 2024. How can we survive? The spread of COVID-19 will keep increasing until the vaccine is found and distributed. Now we have a vaccine. Now all of you have vaccine needed. So we have to maintain this situation. We have to keep your healthiness. You have to stay healthy. So this is about how we survive. In medium term, so we can hopefully grow faster than before. So this is about how we maintain the situation and how we can run out from this very, very bad situation. So hope we can escape from this damaged situation. This is very interesting from Warren Buffett. Everyone knows who is Warren. Yes. Warren is a genius, and Warren is the very rich investor from the United States. So Warren said that an idiot with a plan can beat a genius without a plan. So what should we think? First, we have to make a plan, a good plan. from that plan, we can reduce our failure, or we can maintain the risk. So this is what Warren said about as a good investor, as a good planner, we need some planning, and we have to implement it, the program. Or we have to go as we have a good vision and mission. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is about the situation from January through until December 1919. This is about the stock market in Jakarta Composite Price Index, or IDX. This very high volatile, and if you have seen, this situation is rather stable, but in some situation on September or October, we had not too encourage situation for investment, because the trend line is down. So if we have compare the stock market in terms of the sub sector participant, so we see the finance sector is leading in the stock market, financial especially. But unexpected, we had this consumer sector is very bottom. So we see just now minus 20%. This is about the situation in 2020, year before. Bad impact in the Jakarta stock market on March 2020. So it's rather not just turbulence, but extremely decline. You see the graph or the chart, the line is down to the near bottom of the psychological line, index of 3,900, very scary, and so many investors exit from the market, and this rather capital outflow. But slowly but sure, after March 2020 until December 2020, the government regulation, the relaxation of this policy, and gave this investor much better in prospect to back invest in the Jakarta Stock Exchange, our IDX market. The situation is in opposite. Okay? If we have a look now at the subsector, mining sector especially goes up. It's about 23.69%. But property rather slow, and in the bottom minus 21%. So if you become an investor, you probably prefer to choose some sector regarding this mining. So this is about the situation from January 1919 until June 2021. The volatile of the line is still maintained, and hopefully now the index of the Jakarta Stock Exchange is stable around 6,000 or 6,500 hopefully. This is about the situation yesterday or on Monday, I think. Yes, very sorry. This Jakarta Composite Index is declined negative, but otherwise we see the prospect, the confidence of the local investor is good, and the foreign investors also give this situation now is better than before. Okay, talking about the world indices comparison, as we seen that the Indonesia index and the points is still leading. And I believe today the Indonesia stock market now is in a good position compared with the other stock market in the Southeast Asian region. And the surprising is number of local investors now is about 6 million. SID or single investor identification. So this is about the good prospect for investment, especially in the stock market in Indonesia. So now about my conclusion, to answer completely. Conclusion, COVID-19 has a negative impact for sure on stock returns. This is due to business uncertainty, which is shown by decrease in company performance. We can see in the decline in the aggregate share prices on this Indonesia Stock Exchange. And then the increase was confirmed positive, and patient who die were a negative signal for stock return. Even though the increased recovery rate did not have a significant impact on market returns. So, I may underline, based on the result, to increase stock return, the government, the authority must stop the growth rate and debt rate, and due to the COVID-19. So, that's all about my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, Pak Rizky. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imam Murtono Suhanti. It was a very interesting presentation. Now we proceed to the, we will meet again inshallah in the answer any question session, Dr. Imam. We will now proceed to the second speaker, which is Dr. Daud Ashraf from Islamic Development Bank Institute or ISBBI, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ashraf, are you there? Dr. Ashraf? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Ashraf, are you there? Alright. It's nice to see you here, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you very much for your willingness to accept our invitation. It's now your turn to present your presentation. Your presentation should be no more than 30 minutes. Hand over to you, Dr. Ashraf. Please welcome Dr. Daud Ashraf. Yeah, we can see you and your presentation now, Dr. Ashraf. You may start now, Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you very much. Can I request people to please mute their mic because I hear a lot of echo. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ونصلي على رسوله الكريم. As the brother has mentioned about me, I'm working. And since the onset of the COVID-19, we are working on to understand how COVID-19 is affecting our member countries and how it is affecting how we can reduce its impact on the member country of Islamic Development Bank Institute. So in this regard, we prepared a few reports, and one of the report was artificial intelligence and how Islamic finance can to get enhance the financial inclusion. And I tried to highlight some of the major findings of the report along with the process as we have gone through. So when we talk about COVID-19, one of the sectors that has been most affected is our micro, small, medium enterprises, mainly due to the restrictions like the blackouts and the social distancing measures that have been taken. And when we talk about micro, small, medium enterprises, although the name suggests that this involves only small organizations, well, matter of the fact is that 80 to 90% of the global firms are small, medium enterprises. And they employ about 60 to 70% of the global population. So although smaller in size as individual firms, but impact-wise, these are very huge. And unfortunately, due to COVID, these institutions are most affected. And these are affected in three different ways. The quick lockdown measure that has been taken in various countries in the world, these SMEs were not prepared. And the worst part was when they were hit hard by the COVID-19, the lockdown and the social distancing measures. They were already facing the liquidity crisis, and because of the COVID, they got into more trouble and their liquidity line dried up. And that has affected their sustainability. We could have survived them, but didn't have access to financial support. But unfortunately, most of these, especially the micro enterprises, during that crisis time did not have the access to financial support from the government that was offered by the central banks or the Ministry of Finance. Now, if we think about how it could have impacted the access to financial services to micro, small, and medium enterprises. If we had removed the access to financial constraints, it would have helped in reducing poverty directly. And how it would have been done, the channel would have been in two ways. One is the capital investments that leads to job creation and that leads to poverty reduction. Or it would have been the indirect effect, which is if they have access to finance, they would not have problem with their liquidity management and sustainability. So they would have been better protected against various risks that they were facing. The job would have been protected, and that would have resulted in the poverty reduction that we have seen quite a bit of increase during the COVID-19 period. So what is the main reason for that? So for me, one of the major reasons for these micro enterprises not have the ability to access to the finance during the COVID-19 period was most of these organizations are invisible. So when we say invisible, that doesn't mean that we do not see them. We see them every day. But the financial institutions cannot see them. And the main reason for financial institutions not to see them is that these are so small organizations that they do not have a lot of capital. They do not have a collateral to offer to the bank to get any loan. They do not have their financial record prepared in such a way that the banks can trust their financial record or assess their character, whether they have the willingness and ability to pay back. And the last item, since they do not have that kind of information, the bank do not have the information to assess whether this organization has the capacity that if we lend the money to this small medium enterprise, whether this enterprise will be able to return that back to the bank. So that has resulted in a lack of trust from the bank to the micro, small, medium enterprise. And that, to me, one of the major reasons is the asymmetry of information. The information that banks need to help micro, small, medium enterprise is missing. So, for example, the document they need is missing. They do not have the collateral to support their loan applications. So what they are left with, they provide some kind of personal guarantees and social guarantees. The problem with these kind of guarantees are that they do not get enough capital on time that can support them in situations like the COVID-19 that we have faced recently. So the banks are looking for informationally transparent micro, small, medium enterprises, while the micro, small, medium enterprises in countries like Indonesia or in countries like Pakistan, where most of the businesses are done through these micro, small, medium enterprises, they are informationally opaque. So they do not have the systematic historical record. And one of the major reasons for not holding the systematic historical record is that these guys are scared of the taxman. They don't want the taxman to come and see what they are earning and what they are making and how they are making that amount. So this results in not building up the information that banks need to help the micro, small, medium enterprises. So what should we do? So before the COVID, the focus was to build better credit scoring model that should have the ability to capture the characteristics of the borrowers, the character of the borrower. Because the character is something that can tell to the bank whether this person is willing to pay. So I'm making a difference between a willingness and the ability to pay. So the bank can assess the willingness to pay through other traits of the individuals, and the capacity to pay can come from the financial information. So how could we look at their willingness to pay? So we have to leverage some innovative data. So the data sources that the banks have not used before, that we need to go and dig into those data. So there are multitude of data that has been in use for the past decade or so. Say for example, the mobile phone data is used to assess the creditworthiness, to assess the ability and the willingness, especially the willingness of the individuals and or the micro, small, medium enterprise to pay back the loans. Social media is another area which has been, the information is there that can be used to assess the capacity and the character of the individuals who make psychometric analysis there. Facial recognition and machine learning has become a part of the processes that have been used. And there are so many areas that have been. For example, I give you an example that in most of the cases when the credit rating agencies developing credit scores, they do not take into consideration the rental payment or the bill payments or the telco payments. Well, matter of the fact is, if an individual is making the rental payment on time, they're making bill payments on time, it's quite likely if you give them the money, they will make your payment on time as well. But these information were never used in terms of the credit scoring, so that's something is starting to, the credit rating agency started using those information, so that has helped a lot of people to get access to the credit. So all these information is used by various companies, like I gave you an example from India is Credit Vidya, and then there are other people like Air, Bcash, Applied Data Finance, S-Finance, all these companies are using alternative data to get better credit score for these individuals. So the application, and all these companies are using artificial intelligence as a major element within their platforms to assess the creditworthiness of individuals. So artificial intelligence is not something new within the area of finance, and we see that the artificial intelligence is used in various areas that help the society to grow better. It increases the transparency, and it helps for the lender to make loans to individuals who they were not able to lend before. And similarly, it helps a lot of borrowers who were not able to get the funding from the formal financial institutions, but now they are able to because of the application of artificial intelligence. Similarly, donors are better able to find the prospects, investors are better able to find the opportunities for investment because of the application of artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence and the alternative data definitely is something that is very helpful in growing the financial markets. So what lies underneath all these big changes is the artificial intelligence, as I mentioned to you. What it does is it captures the digital footprint, it captures the information about the borrower, it increases the efficiency and profitability for lender, and at the end of the day, with the application of artificial intelligence, we are able to assess the creditworthiness using the data points that have never been used before, and in isolation that have much less predictive value, but when we look at them in holistically, it can help to increase the access to finance to those individuals who are financially excluded before. So basically, AI helps to manage the social responsibility of serving the bottom of the pyramid and enhance the financial inclusion. So if I have to summarize this whole discussion, so I would say that if an organization is digitally excluded now, it will be financially excluded as well. Or if you want to increase the financial inclusion, you have to increase the digital inclusion as well. So what are the benefits of using AI and alternative data? So number one, definitely, as I mentioned to you, it improves the access to finance to unbankable, especially the micro, small, medium enterprises. It empowers the lenders. It focuses on data on the entrepreneurial capability rather than the financial capability of the individual. It looks at the social norms, values, and virtues, like the willingness and the ability to pay. Ability to pay is secondary to the willingness to pay. Definitely, it helps to reduce the funding cost as the services offer in fast, efficient, and convenient manner. Digital tracking of socioeconomic dimensions, of course, can be incorporated within the funding process. So at the end of the day, the individual will get financing on time. If they get financing on time, it will improve the quality of life. That means access to health and education for very small enterprises will be quite possible as they are earning money and they are hiring more people for job creation. So although maybe that's not the truth, that's not the case. So what happened in reality is that wherever these AI-based credits method has gone, the company started lending to people who are very poor, very smaller amounts, maybe $10 to $50. Unfortunately, at very high price, and the price is not uniform. So asymmetric prices is a commonplace and often at a very unfavorable terms. So, for example, I give you an example: a platform which is quite a big platform offering offering loans to individuals in Africa. Their usual interest rate is 15% for 21 days, so which goes around 200% a year. As I mentioned, 21 days, so they normally offer a loan of very short, with the bullet payment immediately offered. So now what happened is a lot of these small entrepreneurs, they borrow from platform A to pay platform B. They do not have any insurance or hedging in case if he is sick or is not able to return the money back. it has to get the money and pay it back to the lender because he wanted to keep the credit record good. So that has resulted in over-indebtedness of these individuals. So we did not start this whole process with the aim to over-indebt these marginalized, these financially excluded people and create a new class of asset that basically exploit this group of the society. So given that background, so we need to understand that there is something missing, that the technology is there that can help to provide better and efficient financial services, but it does not resolve the problem that we wanted to resolve. We wanted these micro, small, medium enterprises to access to finance and improve their quality of life, not become too indebted that they sell their home, stop working at their farms and looking for odd jobs to start paying for these loans. So, matter of the fact is AI and big data has helped in terms of access to finance, but it is an infrastructure only. So it is an infrastructure for better financial intermediation. So what we need an empathy towards the micro, small, medium enterprise, and that empathy will come from the system that is morally guided. So we need to look for a holistic approach using the level of poverty and risk-sharing ability of the micro entrepreneurs. And we need to connect this together. So a morally guided framework that look at these micro, small, medium enterprises with empathy and use AI and big data to provide financial intermediation services at lowest possible cost, very efficient. So basically we are looking for a moral campus, and I bring the Islamic finance here because Islamic finance to me is capitalism that helps people to grow their wealth, but it has a moral compass. It allows people to make profit. There's no problem at all in making profit, but it is not a profit at any cost. It should be ethical. On both sides, the supply and demand sides, it requires corporate social responsibility, enhance the corporate governance as business ethics becomes the most important element for both the supply and the demand of the for supply of the capital and the people who are using the capital. So given that scenario, I'll give you the reason why it should happen. It comes from Quran. It says that, and all my people give full measure and weight in justice, and do not deprive the people for their due, and do not commit abuse on earth, spreading corruption. So what does it mean, the full measure and weight in justice? So full measure and weight in justice doesn't mean only the scale. It means that the provider of the capital should not exploit the user of the capital and make sure, and the user of the capital do not exploit the provider of the capital. They both work in justice with each other. So how is justice can obtain? So very first thing is that provider of the capital cannot use capital as a means to make money. Rather, it has to share risk with the user of the capital. That's why two items is prohibited right away. One is the prohibition of the interest, and second is the prohibition of the speculation. So provider of the capital cannot use these two measures to enhance its return. Since the objective is moral profit, the objective is to create an organization which is morally bound, good for the society. So there is a ban on certain economic sectors. So say for example, the sale of alcohol, the weapons, pornography, all these are prohibited. And what it requires is that the provider of the capital and the user of the capital, they share the risk and reward in agreed upon terms. If there is a profit, they both share with each other. If there is a loss, they have to understand what is the source of loss and how it can be mitigated. And besides that, no fictitious asset, no financial assets would be used until for a transaction which is compliant with Sharia. So the main sources for these principles are from Quran, the saying of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, from the analogy of the great scholars, and then the consensus of Islamic scholars, how they see a situation, and they have a consensus to use that information to guide the ummah of the Muslim. We're not talking about a small industry, we're talking about an industry of $2.6 trillion. In about 15 countries, the size of the Islamic banking sector is more than 15%. That makes it systemically important for those countries to look at the Islamic finance. The industry is growing, as you see the graph on the right hand side. The good part is that the growth is more towards the capital market, which is more Sharia compliant as compared to the Islamic banking. The demand for the Islamic banking and Islamic finance is organic. At very few places it's been pushed by the government. In most of the places it is the people who want Islamic finance, and that's why these ethical principles are important for the financial institutions to adhere to, as the people would look at the incompliance as something which is not right, and they might get away from it. They might not use Islamic finance for that, but that's why the Islamic financial institutions are very careful in applying the Islamic finance principle. And you see that the growth is all over the places. You can see Islamic finance in most of the places in the world now. So going back to my original question, so how Islamic finance can help? So if you recall, there were two elements that I have discussed. One is the infrastructure, and the second is the framework. And as I mentioned that the infrastructure can help in quick, efficient, and economical delivery of financial intermediation, while the Islamic finance provides the basic framework, the moral guided compass, to help these financial institutions to provide service with empathy to micro, small, medium enterprise. So how they do it? So Islamic finance avoids the problem of disconnection between the financial and the real economic sector. So if you recall the basic principle that I just have mentioned, the asset backing, without the asset backing you cannot have the financial transaction. So that's why if financial sector grows, the economic sector will grow as well. I could have a bit long discussion why there is a problem of not financial sector growing faster than the economic sector, but we have seen major issues in the recent history that the financial assets has gone multiple times in terms of their value without any increase in the economic activity. And economic activity is something that delivers jobs, that reduce poverty, that helps economies to grow. So this the framework that we talk about is guided by the moral values. And the moral values, the main thing is it is seeking mutual gains, and it improves the incentives for risk sharing. And how we do it in Islamic finance, it is through the basic design principles. So you can engage in a transaction, it is money, if it is money for goods, or it is money for services, or it is goods and services for money, or it could be profit and loss sharing. So you do not have any transaction for money for money. So how it is being offered? It is offered through unique financial set of unique financial instruments and multiplicity of channels. So I'm not going to go into much detail given the time. I believe I'm getting very close to the end of my time. So it is being offered through three sectors: the social sectors, the public sector, and the private sector. Since we've been talking about the access to finance, so I'll focus on the access to finance only, the access to finance part only. So if we're talking about the social sector, as we know that the social sector in Islamic finance is very important. The institution of zakat, the institution of charity, the institution of endowment waqf is important, and it can help micro, small, medium enterprise to grow by providing grants and interest-free loans. The public sector, the government can provide also the grants and interest-free loans, and the private sector can help in growing these micro, small, medium enterprises as the objective of the entrepreneur to grow. In the private sector has to play a major role. Private sector can provide the grants, interest-free loans, participatory finance, and equity investment. So it's much easier to talk about the framework. So whether this framework is working or not. So what we have done in the report, as I mentioned in the very beginning of my slides, we looked into the literature, we looked into the various experiments that have been in the past 20 years, also to see whether what we are seeing as Islamic finance framework, whether it helps the micro, small, medium enterprises to grow their capital. And we looked into the element, into various points that I have raised here, financing instrument that I have mentioned here to help grow the capital for the small, medium enterprises. And the reason for that is that the Islamic legal maxim is what is proven that at one time shall perpetuate unless there is a contrary to it. So we looked into the literature and we find that the grants, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there are multiple articles that we have looked into, and the report that I have mentioned in the very beginning is available on the website of Islamic Development Institute. You can download it, and I can share the link at the end of my presentation. So the basic results that we have achieved from looking at the literature, that grants provide better financial returns to the micro, small, medium enterprise. This helps build their capital and helps long-term sustainability. And more interestingly, the literature suggests that the cash grants, that means grants that are given to micro, small, medium enterprises without any strings attached, are more beneficial in developing, in building up the capital for the micro, small, medium enterprises. So one of the concerns with the grants is that it may be misutilized. It does not provide financial discipline to the micro, small, medium enterprise. But the benefit is that capital buildup, the evidence is the capital buildup is quite possible by providing grants without any strings attached. So the next element is the interest-free loan. So interest-free loan, what it does is it provides better financial control. And the literature suggests that it improves the return on investment, and it helps the micro, small, medium enterprise or the people at the bottom of the poverty pyramid, bottom of the pyramid, to break the vicious circle of poverty. It helps to develop their credit scores. They can start talking with the financial institutions. They can build up their track record of making their payments on time, so that they can move towards more of the financing cycle where they can borrow more money, because interest-free loans is not available for very large amounts. So if you are growing your business, then you might have to look at other value for the for returns. And participatory finance is something that is being supported in Islamic finance. However, on the conventional side, it is micro finance institutions. Looking at the literature, especially regarding the microfinance institution, we see that it helps in developing entrepreneurship. However, there is no conclusive evidence that people who borrow money from micro, small, medium enterprises are developing their capital or increasing their income. So the benefit of micro finance institutions providing micro loans to micro, small, medium enterprises, unfortunately, is not as good as we expect or as it has been hailed by the microfinance movement. And the main reason for that is, as I mentioned earlier, that there is no risk sharing between microfinance institution and the small medium enterprise. So if we really want to improve the micro small medium enterprise sector, then we have to look into how we can increase the capacity to increase their risk taking, enhance their risk taking, so that they can increase their capital. With the microfinance loans, they are most often caught into a situation where payment of loan is more important than spending money on capital building. So that is something which Islamic finance brings in on top of the micro small medium micro finance institution, that it provides the participatory finance, where if the micro small medium enterprise is making money, it will be shared among the two. If there is a situation in which the micro small medium enterprise lost the capital, the provider of the capital will share the loss as well. So the last element that definitely is very important, which is the equity financing. Unfortunately, there is very little literature on equity financing, so we could not get a conclusive evidence whether the equity financing helped the micro small medium enterprises to build their capital. The recent examples of a lot of the crowd funds, and we see that the crowd funds definitely has helped the micro small medium enterprises to gain access to finance at reasonably quick time and at reasonably very low rate. Indonesia, I think Ethis is working in Indonesia. I provided an example from Pakistan that was used. It's the seed out. So seed out fund is helping small medium enterprises to crowdfund the money for the businesses. So how AI can help in this building better in this domain for the financial inclusion? So the main ways, if you look at these four instruments, as I mentioned, the grants, interest-free loans, participatory finance and investment, equity investments. So there are multiple kind of instruments available, multiple kind of techniques available that can be used for better assessing the entrepreneurial capability of individuals rather than their credit risk assessment. I asked, given the shortage of time, more detail is given in the report that I would suggest maybe people can use it. They can read further for explanation. So, what I'm trying to say is that the AI infrastructure and Islamic finance together can improve the access to financial inclusion, enhance the financial inclusion. So, in summary, if I say that access to credit is not enough to resolve the pandemic crisis for micro enterprises, the solution of providing microfinance is oversimplified approach to solve the multi-layered problem. Government policies, donors, technology and financial infrastructure should help in proper identification and prescription of the right solution at various stages of the entrepreneurial finance rather than providing a single solution. So what we recommend as a policy, that we should form a sustainable and inclusive policy and develop a financial infrastructure using alternative data and digital finance to help micro small medium enterprises to access to capital using multiple sources based on the point where they are in terms of their development. So I stop here. If there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I really appreciate the risky and the organizers for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf, Dr. Daud, Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. Now we proceed to the last part of this plenary session, which is the answer and question session. I'm going to read some questions from our audience in Zoom meeting room. We have one question for the first presenter, which is Dr. Iman Murtala Sunhajik. The question is that the Indonesian stock index shows improvement but has not touched the lower class in terms of the impact of the improving trend of index development. What is the government's strategy in this regard? And at the same time, the government also adjusts the tax increase. That's the question for Pak Iman. And there's also one question for Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Ashraf, you mentioned that the connection between real sector and financial sector is very important in the perspective of Islamic finance, Islamic economics. In your perspective, what are the causes that determine the disconnection between the real sector and also the financial sector? The first question for Bapak Iman Murtala Sunhajik, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Rizky Rizadi. Thank you for your question. Very nice question. Very well, I try to answer. Well, as far as we know, that stock market return is one of the motivation for investor to invest. Yes, I repeat, that stock market return is one of the motivation for investor to invest. So, what is story telling about? The higher the return promised by the company, or the expected return promised, the more investor will invest in the company or in that company. So, this statement we should agree. So, in this perspective, especially in Indonesia, now the retail investor or local investor is growing faster. It's counted number of the single identification or investor is about 6 million investor, local investors. So this picture that the situation just now, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, opened their possibility for retail investor or small investor with a limited budget to invest their money in the stock market. This make a good prospect if we compare when they try to, for example, find a job, try to invest in the other instrument, but the risk is still there. Now, what happened? The increasing of the investor in Indonesia at that number is very perspective. Now the government, what should the government do? Now is try to maintain this program like in OJK campaign. Semua bisa investasi, yuk nabung saham in bahasa Indonesia, or everyone can invest their money in the stock market with a very tiny small rupiah or very small budget. So for the first time investor, what they have to do is not join with the stock market, but they have to prepare by themselves at the first. Yes, I believe they will buy the mutual fund, or we call in bahasa Indonesia reksadana. Very low risk, but the return is okay. Very prospect, especially for the beginner investor. But for the pros or professional, better invest in the stock market directly, because now it's time to invest. The pandemic situation, I believe, in several countries or in every country now is manageable. So this probably is time, a good moment to invest your money in the stock market, and you can choose whether you as a good trader or investor. So don't worry about this situation, volatile, the turmoil or turbulence. In part of this case, the trend of this stock market in everywhere is going up and positive trend. So that's all about my answer. I hope the answer is fulfilled the question. Thank you. Back to you, Aristi.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imamul Haji, for the answer. And it's time for Dr. Ashraf to answer the question. Please, Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you much, Aldi. See, the main question is, what are the causes for disconnect between financial and real sector? What has happened in the past few years, I would say maybe starting from 2000 onward, when the interest rate has gone down considerably. So what happened with that is that investment, rather than going into real economic sector, has gone more into buying and selling of financial assets. Now, this buying and selling of financial assets, what it does is it has increased the price of the financial assets, and as we see that the stock markets globally are at the level where we never have seen before. While in the economic sector, we see that people are suffering. So, as we say that in finance, and we teach always that the financial sector is the leading indicator of the economic sector, but what we see here is that the economic sector is lagging more and more, and financial sector is growing fast and fast. So this disconnect between the two, unfortunately, affect at a point which is creating a lot of pain. So people are losing job, and people are not having enough food on their table. There is I would say that this has resulted in the inequality of income and wealth on one side, and the COVID unfortunately has increased another inequality, which is the inequality of the opportunity. Now, what does it mean that an individual who is poor at one point, say for example a student in high school, the schools has gone virtual, and now this individual has no access to a mobile phone, has no access to internet. So not having access to mobile phone, internet and computer would mean that he would not be able to learn anything for a couple of years, as we see right now. So not learning for a couple of years would mean he has lost, or he or she has lost, the time where he would be acquiring an important knowledge that would help him to get the job market. Now with that, we have now two classes of society, and this one has the access to resources and the other has no access to resources, and that will reduce the chances for the person who does not have to get even into the job market. So now, this disconnect between the real economic sector and the financial sector, unfortunately, is not good for any society. What we see now that after the pandemic, as we go along the pandemic, that the people who had money already, they are more rich. The billionaires have become multi-billionaire. Well, unfortunately, the people at the bottom of the pyramid, as UN in the recent report has suggested that the poverty has gone down worse during the COVID time. So this disconnect between the real sector, the economic sector, and the financial sector is not good for any society. I can discuss further how this gets into the popular movement, and this is affecting the democratic system globally. But what we need to understand in this concept, as we have presented at the beginning, that this disconnect between the real sector and the financial sector cause more inequality, cause more regret within the society, does not have empathy for the people in the bottom of the pyramid. And solution for that, as I mentioned to you, that we need to eradicate interest from the financial system. We need to increase the risk sharing, in which the gain should come from taking the economic risk. Without taking any risk, there should not be any gain. So I hope that I have answered this question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf. There's also one more question for Dr. Ashraf in the Zoom. It says that COVID has had an impact on all sectors and how this hit for small businesses. What are the roles of the Islamic finance system in providing breakthrough for job creation, especially in helping those who have been laid off? So that's the question, Dr. Ashraf.
See, micro small medium enterprise definitely is the sector which has been adversely affected during the pandemic. I do not have exact figure how the Islamic financial institutions has helped the micro small medium enterprise during the COVID-19 pandemic. But what I can tell you that the design principles of Islamic finance are such that if there is a crisis, those safety nets will kick in automatically. So say for example, the interest-free loans help the individuals to make only payment for the amount of the principal. But if the individual is not able to pay back the principal amount, so the requirement under the religion from the lender is to give time to the borrower. And then loan is one of the most virtuous acts that you could do. So given that situation the pandemic has created, I think a lot of the time we have seen that there is a lot of waiver of loans. We have witnessed in some examples in some of the microfinance institutions, Islamic microfinance institutions that have used their reserves to waive a lot of loans. Other than that, if we are following the crowdfunding, equity crowdfunding, so equity crowdfunding definitely has the inbuilt risk sharing. If the business is making money, profit is shared. If the business is not making money, the losses will be shared as well. So given that situation, I think the Islamic finance as a framework provide the opportunity to think how we can survive during a pandemic or during an economic situation as we're going through during this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf. We have more questions that will be conveyed by Ibu Nur Azifa. Please, Ibu Nur Azifa.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Rizaldi. Mr. Daud Asram, I want to ask a question. Actually, this is an interesting presentation because you're informed about using artificial intelligence to improve efficiency and productivity. And we know we are facing a digitalization era where the COVID-19 pandemic crisis is a unique crisis because this not only impact the financial sector but also impact the health crisis. But the issue that I want to ask is about if we use artificial intelligence, we will facing the security system issue and how the strategy to help the security system issue. And we know that in the COVID-19 pandemic, the financing in Islamic banks and also other Islamic financial institutions is decreasing, and the government wants to increasing the financing with the policy, the counter-cyclical policy example. And I want to ask about how the strategy with the counter-cyclical policy, because you mentioned that there is not enough resolve to pandemic crisis with just giving access to credit. That's my questions. Thank you, Mr. Dawud.
Thank you very much. I see two questions here. First question is related to the artificial intelligence, and the second is related to the policy. Now, I'll come back to the second question later, and I'll ask you to explain to me. But regarding the first question, I think that there's nothing that comes without any cost. And with the artificial intelligence, definitely there are three major challenges that we have discussed in our report. One is the discrimination, second is the privacy, and third is the system development. So how we can move from the legacy systems to more advanced systems. So the issue of privacy and the issue of discrimination are two major concerns with the application of artificial intelligence. That means that we need to spend more money, we need to spend more time making sure that the application of artificial intelligence would not discriminate among individuals based on race, color, or religion, and gender. There's a noise. I believe there's a question or something. Okay. So now given the situation, as I mentioned, that we need to develop more better models that can capture more inclusive population and be able to enhance financial inclusion. That's on one side. On the privacy side, I think again it is the joint responsibility between the government and the private entrepreneurs who are offering these services. So the government must ensure that the data which has been collected should be used for the purpose it has been collected. Secondly, the government should have at minimum security level that each and every institution that collect data should protect the privacy of the individuals. So there are multiple proposals that we have in the report. So I suggest maybe you should look more into the report that has more information on these sides. So can you please repeat your second question? I missed a part of your question. What exactly you were asking for?
The second question.
Yes.
Yeah, we know that pandemic COVID-19 crisis is decreasing the financing in Islamic banks and other financial institutions, and the government using a counter-cyclical policy to increasing the financing. But is it efficient? Is it a good strategy? Because you were informed. Sorry. You said that access to credit is not enough to resolve the pandemic crisis. So, is it the strategy for increasing the financing in this pandemic situation?
Sure. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question. I must appreciate this bringing up this question. So now, what happened that, as you mentioned, that the government is using the counter-cyclical policy by trying to increase the by increasing the availability of capital to businesses. While banks, we know from the history that as soon as there is a contraction in the economic sector, banks immediately take the policy of deleverage. They're trying to reduce their exposure to the sector, to reduce their lending. So now, given this, that the government is trying to enhance using the expansionary monetary policy by reducing the interest rate, by injecting more and more capital into markets so that people can borrow more money, while on the other hand, the banks are very reluctant to lend this money to the individual because they believe that the individual will not be able to make their payment because of the economic situation. So is it a good policy or not? I put it in two ways. There is a need of a balance. What we saw during the 2008 financial crisis, there was a lot of help available to the financial sector. So the financial sector survived very well during that time. While the real sector has suffered, and it took very long time for the real sector to return. So looking at the response that the government had with the pandemic-19, I say that this time at least, the focus was the right people. Providing money to the individuals who are locked down in their house, providing money to the businesses who are not able to sustain for rent payment, for payment of the salaries and all those things, is a welcome step. However, the businesses are suffering. Providing them loans, well, they are not even able to pay their existing loan, so more loans would mean that they would not be able to pay back the previous loan and they would not be pay back the existing loans. So this will create a situation in which most of the micro, small, medium enterprises might go on a path where returning back the loan is not an option for them. So this incentive, in fact, is not good for the economy. So as I mentioned in my presentation, that there are situations in which grants are more appropriate, interest-free loans are more appropriate than that of loans with interest or loans on profit loss sharing. So given this situation, I think the policy in terms of giving access to capital, to micro small enterprises, for their sustainability and meeting their liquidity needs is a good policy. But is it good policy for developing capital? I think I have a little bit reservation with that. I believe that this will enhance further leverage for these micro small medium enterprises. On the positive side, they might work hard and return back that money, but my fear is that it will create an incentive that will make these people not to make their promise positive, and that will create further issues within the economic sector. So my view is that policy is good, but there needs a balance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dong, for answering my questions.
Thank you very much, Bu Nur Azifa, for the question, and thank you, Dr. Ashraf, for the answer. Now we reach the end of the session. I would like to give 1 to 2 minutes for each presenters to give a closing statement. The first closing statement will be conveyed by Dr. Iman Mutana Haji. Please, Dr. Iman.
Thank you, Pak Rizali. For me, this closing statement to the all participants, especially for the investor. Now it's time to make something happen better than yesterday. So what you have to do is make a good plan to survive. The world is changing now. So what we have to prepare is try to keep ourselves confidence. Do not make mistake. Believe in God and do the best you can. So that's my closing remarks regarding this COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Imam Murtanasun Haji. Now the time for Dr. Daud Ashraf to deliver the 2-minute closing remark, please, Dr. Ashraf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aldi again. Looking at the pandemic and this, the aim of this conference, where your focus is on the business development, I think this is a reset time for all of us. So we need to think back. What have we done wrong in the past, say, 100 years? How we have got to this situation, and how we can resolve that. We need to leave this planet Earth for our generations to come as a place, a livable place. We need to think the sustainability of the human race. The climate change that we are facing is a major threat. So for the participants, especially those looking for start their life, I think that what they need to look at entrepreneurship as a way to proceed. And when they think about that, they have to keep in mind what are the objectives that Sharia demands from them while running a business. So making profit is not an issue, but it should not be profit at any cost. Our business should not harm our planet Earth. Our business activity should help to make it more sustainable, should help to leave this planet for our generations to come. And Islamic finance definitely provides a good way to look at it. So I ask people who are starting their career to look into entrepreneurship and look into the Islamic finance as well, how these two together can resolve this issue. And this is the same. This is also true for the policymakers, that they have to look into how we can try to disconnect what we have now with the financial sector. We need to reduce the disconnect between the real and financial sector, and we need to enhance our activities in the real and financial sector. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate Mr. Ali, the organizer of the university, the organizer of the conference, for the opportunity to talk and express my views. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you very much.
Jazakumullah khairan, Dr. Ashraf. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you very much for Dr. Imam Murtanasun Haji for the presentation. It was very interesting and excellent. And this is the end of the plenary session for this first plenary session of the conference. I return back the authority to Ibu Nur Azif.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rizaldi. Thank you for our invited speakers and moderator for joining us today, and we will see you next time. Now the plenary session 1 is over. Without further ado, we will turn the time over to our Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Asde and Mrs. Guntur in auditorium. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first plenary of the 2021 International Conference of KPI-BIB is just ended. There are so much information to be processed right now, but in a good way, of course. And I can sense the excitement from our participants in exploring new ideas. And once again, please give a round of applause, and also thank you for our speakers, moderators, and hosts the Honorable Mr. Dawood Ashraf PhD, the Honorable Mr. Imam Murtala Sun Haji PhD, the Honorable Mr. Rizky Rizaldi SCMM, and Mrs. Nurzifa SAMSE for the enlightening presentations.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first plenary session, and the event will be resumed after 45 minutes of break time. And after the break, we will proceed to the parallel session, and there will be 25 presenters, in which will be divided into 5 breakout rooms, the platform Zoom. And all the presenters may join Zoom rooms based on the assignation. And please refer the information in the program book provided by the committee. And participants can join the available Zoom room based on your internet platform. And then the second parallel session will be held on 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Indonesia time. And all the presenters and all the participants are expected to be on time. And thank you for your cooperation. Lastly, I am Guntur Eka Saputra and my partner
Asti Dharmayanti are signing out. I see you again in the second plenary session of this afternoon, and have a pleasant afternoon. And please enjoy a special performance to accompany your break time by Pilots Band.
Kami ucapkan selamat siang kepada Bapak dan Ibu presenter yang pada kesempatan kali ini bergabung melalui platform Zoom, dan kami izinkan menggunakan dalam bahasa Indonesia untuk menginformasikan kepada Bapak dan Ibu untuk berada di platform Zoom kembali dan dipersiapkan untuk memasuki ruang breakout room di platform Zoom yang telah disampaikan juga di program book yang telah disampaikan. Dan izinkan kami untuk mengingatkan kembali pada breakout room Zoom 1 atau room 1 itu silakan dapat bergabung, yaitu adalah Elliot Simangunsong, Sarina Sihombing dan kawan-kawan, Marta Leina Ruminda dan kawan-kawan, Justin Tanuwijaya dan kawan-kawan, Aina Syakira Sayuti Wiyaka dan kawan-kawan, serta Suwadi Sabtaputra dan kawan-kawan.
Untuk breakout room 2, dipersilakan kepada para pemakalah, yaitu Ibu Heni Suryanti dan kawan-kawan, Ibu B. Sundari dan kawan-kawan, Ibu Cecilia Arli Istia dan kawan-kawan, Bapak Tommy Kuncara dan kawan-kawan, Ibu Dia Haryati Prihantini dan kawan-kawan, serta Ibu Jessica Caniago dan kawan-kawan.
Dan kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang berada di ruang 3 atau di breakout room ruang 3, yaitu adalah Mujiam Toa dan kawan-kawan, Jul Aidil Fadli, Mustika Saria dan kawan-kawan, Yulianti Keke dan kawan-kawan, Rifania Firliania dan kawan, serta Marcelina Octaviani Lumentut dan kawan-kawan.
Dan untuk breakout room keempat ada Ibu Armita Desi Ramadhani dan kawan-kawan, Ibu Putri Yunela Sari dan kawan-kawan, Bapak Zainal Abidin dan kawan-kawan, Ibu Rina Novianti dan kawan-kawan, Ibu Kristina Meliani Gisela dan kawan-kawan, serta Ibu Tamarin Apri Udining Tias dan kawan-kawan.
Serta pada platform Zoom yang ada di breakout room 5, yaitu adalah Raditya Sukmana, Nur Azifa, Siti Rahayua, Bubu Handayani, serta Halimah, dan juga bersama tim yang berada di ruang 5 tersebut. Dan kami ucapkan selamat istirahat atau break time terlebih dahulu, dan nanti pada session akan langsung disampaikan pada di ruang breakout masing-masing yang akan dipandu oleh dari host, the co-host, serta juga moderator masing-masing. Dan selamat beristirahat serta sukses untuk presentasinya. Saya Guntur Eka Saputra dan rekan saya
Asti Dharmayanti.
Terima kasih dan selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2021 International Conference of KPIBIB LDT Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the second plenary of the 2021 International Conference of KPIBIB L2 Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta with the topic of business, concepts and strategies before, during and after COVID-19 pandemic, lessons from the past to build a brighter future, which is held online and is conducted by following the safety health protocols. My name is Asti Darmayanti and my partner
Kuntur Eka Saputra, and for the information, this conference is also broadcasted live by UGTV. UGTV is the first community television in Indonesia that is broadcasted through digital channel and is owned by the Universitas Gunadarma. UGTV can be accessed worldwide through our streaming channel at www.tv.gunadarma.ac.id and www.ugtv.go.id. And you can also enjoy our program through UGTV mobile application that is available in Play Store and App Store. And their broadcasted programs are also available at UGTV YouTube channel.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second plenary session we will have another incredible speakers accompanied by a moderator and a host. Without any further ado, please welcome the Honorable Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan from the Faculty of Business and Economics, Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia, the Honorable Mr. Ragu Birbista, PhD, from the Department of Economics, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. And the second plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Priyo Utomo and Dr. Teddy Oswari as a host of this session. And for that, for Dr. Priyo Utomo and Dr. Teddy Oswari, the time is yours.
Hello, UGTV viewers. We meet in the second plenary session in 2021 International Conference KPIBIB with the special theme, so very nice theme, is business concept and strategy before, during and after COVID-19 pandemics, lesson from the past to build a better future. This is, I think, the very interesting theme. And now in Studio TV, I was combined with my colleagues, Dr. Priyo Utomo. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Teddy, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We meet in the
it has been several months already.
Yes.
So nice to meet you.
Yes, sure. UGT TV viewers, in this session we have two speakers from Indonesia and from Nepal. Namely, the first one, Mr. Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan from Faculty of Business and Economics, Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia, and second one, Mr. Ragu Birbista, PhD from Department of Economics at Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. And also this session, Mr. Dr. Priyo can guide fully. The session also question and answer, and it's time for you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Teddy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the distinguished speakers. Again, welcome to our session for today. So we have, as mentioned by the moderator, by the host, that we are going to have two speakers for this afternoon. So I just directly calling Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan. He is the professor in marketing management from the Faculty of Business and Economics, Universitas Trisakti, Indonesia. Allow me to read your credential, Professor. So he holds his doctor from Business Administrations, majoring in marketing, Nova Southeastern University, Florida, USA. And he wrote a lot of papers, local and international,
as well as several books. Welcome, Prof, on our sessions. So probably we just would like to hear from you about your topics for today. So we just directly to the to your presentations. So the session is yours. Your time is around 20 minutes from now, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Teddy, Dr. Theo, Dr. Raghu. Nice to meet you and all participants. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me show the PowerPoint. Yeah. It's already appear the picture?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Yeah, my topic today is about disruption in higher education. Is it possible? It is inspired by the book written by Andreas Kaplan in 2021. Higher education is at the crossroad of disruption. Yeah, several years ago, this is our agenda today. I would like to talk about university and academic crisis, and then disruption at the crossroad, the innovator's dilemma, and finally the innovative university. Okay, I begin with a quote from Heraclitus, a Greek philosopher, that there is nothing permanent except changes. It is also applied for higher education. So at the Innovation and Disruption Symposium in Higher Education in 2017, Christensen, a professor of Harvard University, which is famous with the book he wrote regarding the innovator dilemma. He said that specifically predicted that 50% of the 1,000 colleges and universities in US will be bankrupt in 10 to 15 years. And then quote from updated figures from the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center show that overall college enrollment fell to 16.9 million students this spring, down more than 600,000 students from years ago. The reason? The first is the rising college costs. The second is the declining confidence in higher education, and the growing numbers of high value of alternative. It is growing before the pandemic crisis. Yeah, according to Andreas Kaplan from the European universities perspective, that universities have long been perceived as resistant to change, monolithic and inflexible, and this image has been shaken up with the pandemic crisis. The sector's transformation, higher education institution undergoing profound changes, and higher education is at the crossroad of disruption. Mark Bowlby in 1997, in his book Emotional Branding, that universities of tomorrow will be branded and will function as modular knowledge banks, focusing on new kind of flexible, lifelong global learning that targeted to students from around the world, both on campus and far away, with different backgrounds and agendas, rather than the traditional youth-driven, highly structured undergraduate and graduate program as we know today. Now I move to the innovator dilemma. Several years ago, the Forbes magazine appeared with the title on the cover, Nokia, 1 billion customers, can anyone catch the cell phone king? At the moment, nobody was expecting that in 2018 we'll be able the first $1 trillion company, and we can all agree that the emergence of iPhone changed the way we live. And in 2011, unfortunately, Nokia should be acquired by Microsoft. And the CEO said that I didn't do anything wrong, but we lose. There are many versions of how and why this could have happened with Nokia, but we would be interested to see if this could happen to the higher education institution. Yeah, the most interesting theory explaining about mentioned situation is coming from Clayton Christensen, Harvard professors and businessmen, in his famous study and book, The Innovator's Dilemma I mentioned before, with a deeply interesting job. Yeah. In accordance with his theory, there can be two types of innovations: sustaining innovation and disruptive innovation. So the main idea is that any industry develop along the path of constant improvement. And consumers of this improvement are always the most demanding customer and the most profitable. But the problem is that the mechanism for creating value in the organization are frequently hostile to change. Therefore, leading companies focus on meeting the most demanding customers, implementing sustaining innovation, and they forgot that new entrants will take over their dominance. So disruptive innovation at the beginning of their journey kind of meet the preference of major consumer perhaps because they are not developed perfectly. But disruptive innovation could be becoming interesting to these customers who prefer them based on specific criteria, for instance, price, operating condition, and other key features. So, disruptive innovation begin their journey with fulfilling the needs of these small businesses. Then the technology begin to develop, improve, and at some point they begin to approach international solution in quality. At that moment, the market disruption takes place. I do believe that this theory could also explain the probability of disruption in higher education because before the pandemic condition, there are many substitutes providing education and using advanced technology. Yeah, most universities today they starting go online after the pandemic. Yeah, back to Nokia. Nokia was definitely an innovative company, so they achieved success. The problem was that the innovation was sustaining only. They forgot about the disruption. Maybe they even saw themselves as trendsetter who determined where the market will go tomorrow. The appearance of the first iPhone with the touchscreen didn't alert them because it received a lot of negative reviews at the beginning. But finally, Apple made an improvement and the majority of consumers switched to Apple. Yeah, the question is, disruption in higher education, is it possible? Yeah, we can learn from that, the innovator dilemma. The possibility of official degrees maybe will be losing importance and more emphasis on lifelong learning. Micro and nano degrees, corporate universities, and the labor market has still been a certification body. As case why, what, who, and where to study. Look at the Lauren Packard, for example, the example taken from the book of Andres and Kaplan, who designed her own MBA curriculum, combining several books from prestigious universities around the world, costing her a fraction what an MBA program ordinarily costs. Yeah, now we move to innovative universities. We have two case studies, short case study here. The first is about Georgia Technology University Georgia Tech University as a prime example of a university that makes ample use of technological advances and the digital sphere for instruction. In 2013, the GT began offering its MSc in computer science in 100% online option. And then the same program referred to the best known artificial intelligence. They use artificial intelligence. There's teaching assistant that they call Jill Watson, using the human name, to respond to thousands of students. And then creating STEM training and coaching space on the digital platform. During the lockdown, GD was one of the first to publicly state how the pandemic will impact the university digital strategy of the future. In partnership with AT&T and Udacity, this idea became reality as in 2013. Today, it enrolled about 10,000 students with nearly 30,000 applicants. And GD, the reason using artificial intelligence version is first, the small human team was not able to respond to approximately 10,000 students who are per semester and to increase student engagement. And then the last is, the last case study is regarding Aalto University. This is Finland, public university in Finland. In response, universities are employing competitive strategies to analyze driver of change, to come up with commensurate responses, and to devise guidelines and policies that enable necessary evolution to take place sooner rather than later. The next. University is a public research university located in Espoo, Finland. It was established in 2010 as a merger of three major Finnish universities: the Helsinki University of Technology, the Helsinki School of Economics, and the University of Arts and Design, Helsinki. What is interesting here is about the master thesis program. So Aalto University building competitive advantage by combining knowledge from different disciplines and through long-term partnership with the best universities, industry, and business world. So first of all, master thesis program, multidisciplinary team of 2 up to 4 students is formed. While it's individually writes his or her thesis, they collaborate for 6 months on the topics assigned to them by area business, non-profit organization, or government agencies. A student receives grant supporting his or her work. And then the team thesis is a multidisciplinary effort. Each student brings to the table his or her expertise from respective academic discipline to solve the partner organization assigned problem. And the final presentation, as well as the jointly written report, is conducted entirely in multidisciplinary sphere. That's the case study. The truth is that universities we have to struggle not to lose their status and role in society. The question is, will they do so agile, or will they go kicking and screaming into the next century and beyond? My last, I have to quote my last statement to end this presentation. The quotation from Steve Jobs that innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. This idea is inspired by this reference from Kaplan Andreas and Clayton Christensen et al., the innovator Dilemma, and Higher Education at the Crossroads section published by Apple Publishing Limited. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Now I give it back to Dr. Priyo. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for the insightful presentations. I think I'm welcoming all of the audience to have a question through the chat room, at the Zoom. But before we are answering those questions, I think I have one question, Prof. Do you think that the Indonesian higher education is disrupted already, or at least at what kind of stage that you think that higher education in Indonesia is being disrupted?
Yeah, actually after the pandemic, most universities in Indonesia just starting go online after the pandemic. Yes, in Indonesia there is a song mendadak dangdut. Yes. So mendadak go online is when the coronavirus comes. But before that, in the world, there are a lot of substitution institutions that provide education that they are already mature in using the technology in delivering the course online. And like maybe the best example is Tech. They use what we call artificial intelligence in responding to a student demand. My intention here is just to alert, then late to anticipate. I just give a warning to any educational institution in Indonesia to learn from Nokia. Who can predict that Nokia will be acquired by Microsoft at the time? Yeah. So the university management should think about that, about the coming of the entrance that will take over the dominance. Today there are 15 companies that accept the employees for managerial levels without university degree. I could mention that Apple, Google, Penguin Random House, for example, Ernst & Young, Hilton, Costco, Publix, Whole Foods, Starbucks, also IBM, Audible, and many others. I forgot the name. Yeah, so this is an alert for university manager to anticipate technological changes that could disrupt the dominance of universities.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So the higher education leaders should anticipate the disruption that's coming into Indonesia as well. Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. So while we are waiting for the question from the audience, so I will move to the second distinguished speaker for today. So I would like to call Dr. Ragu Birbista. Dr. Ragu is Associate Professor of Economics at Tribhuvan University, working at the Department of Economics, Patan Multiple Campus, Patan, Doka since 1999. He wrote several books. I'm aware that it's at the Amazon. Is it right, Doctor? Is being published through the Amazon, right? So, and I think the topic is more on the I think that some of them about the climate change and enterprise and entrepreneurship. Yeah. So I would like to call in Dr. Ragu. The session is yours.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. Is it okay? Is it okay, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Priyo, and their conference here Professor Toto, and moderator Dr. Pio, and finalist Professor SP, organist, and distinguished scholars, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I speak on lessons from COVID-19 pandemic in business of SMEs, exploring alternatives, revival approach and options. As a students of economics, we believe on the cause of economic crisis. And in this situation, first of all, I just remind you about the global scenario of COVID-19 pandemics. Let me start from the statement of small argument of economist Thomas Malthus, or the Malthusian theory of population. Disease, famine, war, and calamity controls the growth of human population to balance food production. It means disaster is an exogenous or the undesired issue, but it tries to control and balance our whole system of the earth. And similarly, COVID-19 is undesired pandemic to our global human community, but it entered in the world. Its cost is life and economy. And all of you have this information. And let me just talk about the uncertainty index. If you will observe the pandemic's uncertainty index, we can find out the different level of the pandemics. But when we compare each other, we can find out the coronavirus impact is severe into the world. And if you observe its history, you can find it starts from the 2019 December 8, and then we are the witnesses of its evolution. And at present, till today, if we observe its ongoing impact in terms of the death and also the infected cases, we can find out the approximately 3 million and total confirmed cases 139.9 million. And when we observe the top 10 countries or 10 top 10 countries, we can find out the mostly G20 countries have ranked or are affected from the COVID-19 pandemic. And in this situation, we can conclude our argument COVID-19 pandemic is a powerful, bad, exogenous variable having bad impacts on multi-layer, multi-dimension of the global socio-economic system and the human civilization. Its bad was first for health and then other. This story or this talk is based on the few reviews and evidences of the cross-country evidence, and then after SMA cases. And first of all, we can find out the two major factors related to the COVID-19 pandemic. One is fear factor, and then after we can see the crisis in the human or the our health system, and then after our death crisis with geometric growth rate of COVID infection. And then what we behave to adopt the behavioral adaptation as a sanitizer, by using sanitizer, mask, and social distancing. And then after we also use the lockdown and curfew as a global prescription policy of the WHO before antidote as a regulatory mitigation and adaptation. And in this situation, what happened? Impact of the sort and emergency of the COVID-19 pandemic, all of you know about this. We did, shut down all economic activities, government offices also, and then after we shut down human activities and human isolation, home isolation. And what are these? And these are as a students of economics, this is the zero economic activity, zero human mobility. And if we observe the GDP, economic system, if we observe the economic system, we can find out the investment, private investment is zero, government investment is zero, trade is zero, and only we consume for survival. in home isolation. And then after, what will happen? It's negative output or negative outcomes can be seen in negative GDP change. And in this situation, this is a tough time, this is a bad experience to all of us. And then after, when we have if we see the macroeconomics and microeconomics, we can get the two principles. One is the circulation of the wealth, another is the production of possible frontier. And when we observe all of the world have fourth sector economy, and all of you know about it, we are in the practice. And in this liberalized economy, if you observe here, there was not connectivity, there was not association among the sectors, between among the sectors, including households, firms, and government, and also the trade. And then after there are not flow of the different variables. And similarly, when we observe the production possibility frontier due to the COVID-19, we found the D&E, means the inefficient combination of not all resources fully utilized, means we could not utilize our available resources, what we did, what we utilized before the COVID-19. And that situation happened. And in this situation, when we assess the macroeconomic indicator or the macroeconomic impact, we have a major indicator is the economic growth rate. And if you remember the IMF and the World Bank's projection, we can find out these projections are very quite negative in 2020 and still revival situation in 2021. But when we observe the global index, we can find out look here, minus 23.3, that was the negative economic growth rate at the time, that is the average. And similarly, when we observe worldwide, out of the 280 countries, almost all countries suffer from the negative growth rate. And that was mentioned in terms of the recession. And if we observe the pre-pandemic trajectory for years also, it also shows or provides of the evidence. We have lost the huge economic opportunities or the activities in terms of GDP. And similarly, when we observe the sector performance, we can before the sector performance, if you see the economic growth rate of the world, and that is another international food policy research institutions evidence or the mention minus 5.0, and developed countries was projected for the minus 6.2. Similarly, we can find out the South Asia minus 5.0, and then Africa and South of the Sahara and Southeast Asia also minus 7.0. Almost all countries suffer from negative economic growth rate. And then after, if you observe the IMF projection also, similar reflection could be found as a cost of COVID-19 pandemic. And similarly, then after, its negative impact could be found in terms of the at the national level in the fiscal balance as well as the government debt to GDP ratio, and we can find out the negative scenario. And similarly, in the case of the government GDP to GDP ratio, increasing scenario, higher debt post-crisis. And similarly, fiscal balance was found in negative. And that was the major impact of the COVID-19 to the global economy or the world economy across the countries. And similarly, when we talk about the Asia, if you see, we have different evidences of the crisis, oil crisis, asset financial crisis, global financial crisis, then after COVID-19. If you observe its depth of the COVID-19's effect, you can find out the more than or the bad or worse than other crises. And similarly, if you observe the IMF's projection, you can easily find out the inclining trend and the projected negative economic growth rate in Asia. And if we see the ASEAN countries, Vietnam, Cambodia, China, Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia, if you observe here, except the few countries, almost all countries, member countries, had a negative economic growth rate. And then I selected another variable, that is the remittance. And if you see the remittance, just like the world top remittance recipients, India, China, Mexico, Philippines, Egypt, Pakistan, France, Bangladesh, Germany, and Nigeria. If you see the trend, you can find out the negative trend during the pandemic period. And that is also the loss. Behind it, we have simple logic, simple cause, that is the zero labor mobility and close down multinational companies, our economic activities. And then after, if you see those countries, it depends on the remittance country, and my country, Nepal, also depends more on remittance. And in our economy, it contributes 28% of GDP. And in this situation, due to the COVID pandemic, the remittance inflow and outflow was suffering from the different barriers. And similarly, you can easily find out the 75% of the world's migrant working countries, where 3/4 of the globe's COVID-19 cases have been reported. Look at 75% labor were infected. And of 90% of the global remittance are sent by migrants from these countries. And Project Islam in 2020 remittance that equates to the 110 billion. And in this situation, income elasticity of households of remittance receiving countries was found low. And similarly, inflation was another major indicator. And if you see, we can find out the inflation rate fluctuation scenario in South Asia. And similarly, when we see India's case, we can find out the prices of farmers have collapsed situation. And all of you know about in economics, Philip Forbes talk about the short-term trade-off situation between unemployment and inflation. Due to the COVID-19, we found no trade-off between unemployment and inflation, and it increases overall economic activities. And similarly, in Asia, when we assess its losses, we have different literatures of the IMF and World Bank. Look here, just like the global loss is 4.5 to 7.4 value, and if you convert into the GDP, global GDP, it is approximately 5.5 to 8.7%. And if you come in the Asia has lost 1.4 to 2.2 trillion, and it is approximately 6 to 9.5% of regional GDP. And in this situation, this is a short-term impact, but it has a long-term impact. In the situation when we see its impact in the sector-wide channels into domestic demand declines, tourism and global spillovers. Among the sub-regions, South Asia takes a big hit from domestic demand declines due to the outbreaks, lockdowns, and small tourism-dependent economies among hardest hit. These observations could be found in Asia. But when we observe this scenario, we can find out in India and other countries in South Asian countries, during COVID and in post-COVID, cash flow deficit was found, raw material shortage was found, labor shortage was found, demand reduction was found, and these agriculture-related industries and SMEs had the major problem, to reopening issues. And similarly, another part is the higher income and upper middle income and lower middle income countries have a major issue of the debt servicing. due to the COVID pandemic. And in this situation, on the basis of these macroeconomic indicators of the global scenario, COVID-19 pandemic is a huge cost to the world, particularly Asia, where more than 50% population live below the poverty with massive unemployment and imperfect health system. Its cost is not at macro level, but also at micro level in terms of unemployment and social justice crisis. And in this situation, in this backdrop, why SMEs? And I have mentioned in a few rationales. One is the big businesses are technically and financially resilient at aggregate level, but small and micro businesses are technically and financially vulnerable at aggregate and disaggregate level. SMEs business have massive and worldwide macroeconomic impact. Approximately 90%. 90% sales with 50% employment source and 50% share to GDP. SMEs are macro lifelines of the developing countries, like our countries, to generate employment, revenue, resource mobilization, productive output, foundation of self-reliant growth economy, and poverty reduction. And another point is SMEs size and levels are heterogeneous in employment and capital from household level to more than 250% employees at micro level. And supply chain and value chain of the SMEs have built the foundation of the local and national economy. And COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown measures have made vulnerable to SMEs. And in this situation, SMEs in the global economy, first result, SMEs, the majority of the world economy and the major sources of the job and revenue, not only in the developing countries, but also in the developed countries. If you see 2019's figure, it generated 213.52 million jobs to the young people or the youth. In 2020, similar status, but when we come in the COVID loss, 0.54 million lost their job due to the close down of the SMEs. And if you see the status of the developed and developing countries, we can find out the SMEs have contributed significant level, not only in the employment opportunities, but also in export, share in GDP, SMEs share in the export look at, SMEs share of the total enterprises, and SMEs share of the total workforce. If you see here, in the case, Japan is a developed country, and if you see SMEs contribution or the share 53.5%, it is not a small one, and the total enterprise 99.7%, and workforce 70.2%. And if you come in the Indonesia, look here, but 20% out of the 24% export share in GDP, and 99.9% SME share of the total enterprises, and 99.6% share of the total workforce. And similarly, we have also the similar situation in the Nepal. And in this situation, what is the status of the scenarios? Just like to observe here, in the total SMEs, micro enterprises have dominated, means 65 to 75%, and 20% small enterprises. If you combine each other, we can find out the 95%. And if you see in the cross country, just like in developing countries, 25 to 30 million, and on average, SME is 27.5 million. Number of the employees, 5 jobs, 20 jobs, and 100 jobs, and 250 jobs. We can find out the 6,875 on average employed to 2,575.125. And in this situation, Central Asia and Eastern Europe, East Asia and South Asia, you can find out the significant scenarios. And it shows up, it establishes, and if we take discuss about the India, we can find out look at 15 million SMEs in India. and it contributes 70% to GDP, and it's contributes to the 45% of the manufacturing output, and 40% it contributes 40% in the export, and it generates 110 million jobs to the youth. And in this situation, on the basis of these figures and indicators, we can conclude SMEs are the strong foundation of the global economy, including developed and emerging economy lies LDCs. And in this situation, cross-country and economic blocks have also similar status. And COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown dates and the size, if you see, we can find out the worldwide, the size of the coronavirus lockdown. If you observe here, number of the people placed on enforced lockdown due to the coronavirus pandemic per country, look here. 1,350 million in India, China 760, and if we come in the Bangladesh 165, and similarly Argentina 45, and our countries are not listed because our size is small. But if you come in the lockdown started in the 64 countries, 5 days, 22 days, and 0 countries, 59 days, and 76 days. If you combine each other, it gives the 3 and 4 months picture. And in this situation, if we stop human mobility, stop economic activities, let's imagine what will happen in our economic SMEs. And if you see here, just like this is the case of India, nationwide lockdown faced March 2020. If you observe here, restriction lifted for small retail shops open with 50% staff. And in this situation, the small SMEs, these lockdown days and the size have negatively impacted or badly impacted on the SMEs activities or the production system, supply chain and value chain system. And if you observe here, SMEs close down, and also its linkages also. If you observe here, no cost of global. If we observe the after close down the SMEs, please remember one thing. Large number of the people are depending on SMEs in the different status, self-employed or job holder. And in this situation, if you close down, what will happen? Those people lost their per capita income or the income per day, and they fall below the poverty line. And in this situation, there were different worldwide has projected. Look here, downside poverty rate, under the 1.90. If you observe here, declining situation, increasing situation in terms of number of poor people and in terms of poverty level. And similarly, if you observe here, there is one projection is the 1 billion people into poverty due to the SMEs closed down. And in this situation, when we see the East Asia and Pacific, 239.5 billion, and South Asia, 128.5 billion. It is not a small, size. It means, whatever we adopted, we have adopted adaptation behavior and mitigation, approach also, but its negative impact on the SMEs operation and then after its outcomes in terms of poverty can be found in several figures. And if you observe in country-wise, India is expected their count increasing over 1 million 2020, Nigeria, Indonesia also, and Bangladesh, and similarly Nepal will have also. And that scenarios are projected at that time period. And in this situation, not only the increasing poverty level on unemployment, but also it has damaged or disrupted value chain and supply chain system. If you see also SMEs not depends on the different forms just like the financing agencies, SME supplier, LE supplier, open market retailer, global supplier also, and then after local retailer, SME transporter, intermediate warehouses, and the large enterprise customer and end customer, global customer look at. And if you observe in ASEAN countries and South Asian countries, we can find out the disrupted due to the close down of SMEs and pandemic. And similarly, if you observe here in the global participation in the global supply chain, in the percentage, if you observe here, all large firms, 64.6%, but here, only approximately nearly 20%. And in this situation, if we want to improve, change or reshape our economy, ASEAN countries and the South Asian economies, we have to improve our share in global GDP and the global economic growth rate. And in this scenario, in this critical scenario, how can we do it? And in this way, its cost is big to revive and remake our value chain and global, and supply chain system, not only at the local level, but also at the regional and global level. And in this situation, when we observe the SMEs, what is the situation of the revenue of SMEs? Of course, we have, if we close down our operation of SMEs, and if we close down production system, what will happen? Naturally, our expected earnings will fall down. And similar situation we can find out in 2020 on the average at the global level in the different size of SMEs. But if you see, its impact was more on the less than 100 job holders or the employees, small and SMEs. And if you observe this, in the case of the change in the new business application, during the COVID period, in the year, in the crisis period, you can easily find out COVID dates. When we have the COVID dates in the one variable, and also the change in new business application. This study was done in the USA. And if you see, you can easily find out if we have more dates, means less new applicants for new SMEs.
Dr. Agu,
in the city.
Dr. Agu, sorry to cut you. I think there is some questions in regard to your presentation. If we may ask, because your time is you only have another 5 minutes.
Can I conclude?
Oh, okay. So I think one of the challenge that being faced, especially during the pandemic, is for the government to balance, right, their decision between focusing on the health initiative, or is it on the business initiative, which is supporting the MSME, right? So how do you see that dilemma, basically, or probably what happened in your country as well?
If you apply in my country, we have approximately 60 to 70% SMEs are informal. This is a big problem to bring or mainstreaming in the government channel. And in this situation, government has some kind of proper information of about 60 to 70% SMEs. But those SMEs which are recorded in the database of the government has adopted certain just like the immediate policies, including tax cut policy. Another is the subsidy policy, and another government has announced the special economic package program to the SMEs to revival, to reopen, to restart of their businesses. But they, it is ongoing after the lift of the lockdown, and the SMEs have slowly and gradually used the government's programs and the schemes and to revive their business, reopen their business. And in this situation, we have found positive impact of the government policies to restart these SMEs. But we don't know about those informal SMEs these SMEs cannot access the government schemes and programs for incentives or for support or to continue to reopen the SMEs, and this is a big problem. And its size is big, and in this situation we don't know about how much what is their situation, and still we have a little bit dilemma.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, any conclusion that you would like to convey?
I have a conclusion. For this. Yes. Okay, my ultimate one conclusion is this is a big loss and in the economy, and it may cause recession, not only the local level, but to the national level. And in this situation, critical situation from my about database and indicators, I found critical due to the pandemic, critical situation of the SME businesses, COVID infected, highly vulnerable business, family oriented, and disruption at local and national economy, no fund for risk and vulnerable in the absence of liquidity crisis, no database of the massive and informal SMEs business, disrupted supply chain and value chain system of SMEs, collapsing SMEs business dependent household economy at micro level, and leading socio-economic vulnerability and social injustice, and being pessimistic and hopeless as a big barrier created by the COVID pandemic, and big issue of social justice and redistribution of resources. And in this situation, government and entrepreneur have to think about the next, and first of all, how to start up the SMEs business in our regions to revival and recovery. Normal situation is a key question, and in this situation we have to I recommend, or I think, revival strategy and policy of SMEs business cycle, category, supply chain, value chain system, and economies of scale after revisiting market demand and nature of SMEs business. And second one is special resource allocation based on the impact of COVID pandemic on SMEs on operation, maintenance, restart of finance through fiscal and monetary policy, revisiting strategy of SMEs, entrepreneurs, and association of production system, products, marketing system, payment system based on COVID pandemic crisis, contracted demand through import and resources on digital and innovative technology, exploring new format, new possibilities brought by COVID pandemic at local and national level for several special economic booster and stability package of local and central government, and focusing more on SMEs transformation into digitalization with safety, business and livelihood. For example, digital format, motivation, yoga, health awareness, online classes, training, tuition, online booking for food, film, medicine, and another is the collective scientific knowledge synergy, local, regional, and the global level for future. Need for Adam Smith's invisible hand, again not only in the market but also in the economy, knowledge and technology, production interactive model, and SMEs agriculture market model. If we can do it, and if we can adopt, we can reduce effects of the pandemic, and we can restart or reopen our SMEs, and then we reduce our contraction in our local and national economy. Thank you for this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Raghu, for the presentation. I have several questions for you, but before you answer, I also have two questions from the floor, from the Prof. Asep. from Asep, there is a question about some of the tech company like Google's, Apple's. They mentioned that they are not requiring an employee to have a college degree, right? I think it is just mentioned recently. I think the audience would like to get your perspective about it. I think that's the first question. And the second question is about the Campus Merdeka. Yeah, you see it as a disruptor or as an opportunity for higher education?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, can I answer the question?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, it is the information regarding the 15 best companies to work for with the degrees. It is available in Google. Like Apple, for example, in 2019, Apple CEO Tim Cook announced that around 50% of the company employees hired in 2018 didn't hold any 4-year degrees. According to MarketWatch, below are some of Apple job listings like brand director, account executive, Apple specialist, technical support, and operation supervisor. And another example, for example, Google, like Apple, Google has made its mission to welcome employees who don't possess a 4-year college diploma. For network specialists, account strategist, senior construction designer, business intelligence manager, etc. That's for 15 best companies to work for with a degree. And then regarding the Campus Merdeka, I think this is a good starting point, yeah, to disrupt yourself, to disrupt the university, to anticipate. I do believe that Pak Nadine also anticipated about disruption in higher education. What I discussed previously, that's from the perspective of U.S. Climate, U.S. condition and European condition. But I think it could also happen to universities in our country. So this is an alert. This is an alert that university leaders should start thinking about this the disruption in higher education.
Okay, Prof. Another question for you is about how actually, I mean, there is a two side always, right, in terms of the disruption. Usually the government is like protecting the higher education. Do you see that it's happening in Indonesia as well, that the disruption is being reduced by the government policy that protecting the higher education in general?
Yes, I think some people here, maybe the mindset is still still close, still resistant to any changes. Not just in Indonesia, I think from the book written by Andreas Kaplan, also in European universities, it also happened there. The university leaders and maybe the regulators have a narrow mindset regarding any changes.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I will move again to Dr. Ragu is about the SME, right? I think some question about the digitalization of SME, right? How actually you see that this digitalization is happening in your country or in the worldwide level, and how that will impacting, or I don't know, giving the hope to the SME to be survived.
Yes, thank you. In short run, we cannot revival 100% of our SMEs damage and losses to revival and the recovery. But crisis every time, each and every crisis is a teacher to us, and our SMEs entrepreneurs are quite smart, and our government is also smart, and in this situation, SMEs entrepreneur have tried to find out the innovative and alternative measures, and including the digital format. And just like in nowadays, you can find out for example, our private college and the universities, we have not used the digital form. Yes, we just taught computer courses and the computer practice lab, computer classes. But at present moment, the COVID, to reduce the such types of to manage our academic calendar, our universities, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu University, and all universities and all private colleges and schools have used, have chosen or they prefer optimally, digital format, and by using team and by using the other software, and just like the Zoom is also quite popular, and besides you can easily find out in the SMEs also there are the different types, just like the garage is I have just pick up here. You can see this is the one types of the retailer shop or the online shopping business. And before COVID-19, we haven't listened properly. And during and after the COVID, in the post-COVID, we have listed large number of the online shopping, online businesses in the list, in the record of the government. And now at the present moment, Nepal has a festival, Dasai festival moods, and almost mostly consumers have ordered different types of household goods and services, just like the table and the decorative materials and dresses and the same and other electronic goods and services ordered by the online. And this is in this situation, to some extent, we have observed our consumer have shifted or towards the digital or the online shopping. And in this regard, government has also adopted the policy to encourage the online businesses, by digitalizing the tax payment and also the money transfer and the other different tasks, the activities. In this situation, yes, we can hope it reduces the cost of operation of the business, and also new possibility, new production frontier to the in the SME side and at the local economy as well as the national economy. But it does not cover, it does not fully revive our whole SMEs business. It takes a time, and in long run, we can expect. And in this situation, this digital format or the digital innovation measure has given or has brought the new possibilities and the optimism during the post-COVID pandemic situation also. And it is the positive scenario. I think this scenario can be found in India and other South Asian countries. And I think if you see in Indonesia, and there may be such types of the alternatives are practiced by the SMEs entrepreneurs for their own revival and survival. And this is the good or the positive thing or the positive result of the COVID pandemic. Thank you.
Dr. Priyo?
Yeah.
Can I give additional 1 minute for?
Yes. Yes,
several
sir.
articles. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Based on several articles, then even in US and Europe, too many universities still don't feel threatened by trends and phenomena that accelerated with the pandemic. So even universities with strong brands might be taken by surprise in the medium to long run. And in business condition, corporations such as Coca-Cola and General Electric were equally surprised when the brand equity of Apple, Google, and Amazon overtook them in value. So, as I explained before, that the truth that universities will have to struggle not to lose their status and role in society. The question is, will they do so agile, or will they go kicking and screaming into the 21st century and beyond? So, university leaders should anticipate a sudden disruption, sudden changes that will destroy their dominance. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asep. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to continue the sessions, but somehow we have a lot of time right now. So again, I would like to close these sessions with some small remark, right? Professor Asep mentions about the disruption in the higher educations, where actually the leaders should consider about the disruption in education and be aware of it and prepare about it, right? And Dr. Ragu mentioned about the SME survivability during the COVID. And I think these two topics will become the end of these today's sessions. And I think it's a very interesting discussion. Probably we will have another session in other in other occasions. So thank you very much. I hand over the session to.
Thank you, Dr. Rio, for the guiding in this session. UGTV viewers, we also already listened about what's many things and strategy can university, also small medium enterprise, higher education to do. We already hear from two speakers, Professor Asep Kamawan and Dr. Ragu. And in this session, we will go to closing ceremony. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Rio, for this session.
You're welcome.
Yes, very interesting. You guiding the session. UGTV viewers, thank you so much, and see you next time in this mini program. And we follow the immediately closing this conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our speaker and also host, Professor Dr. Asep Hermawan, Mr. Ragu Birgista PhD, Dr. Priyutomo, and also Dr. Teddy Oswadi. And please once again give a round of applause to our all speakers, moderator, and host for the interesting and informative presentation for the second plenary session.
And ladies and gentlemen, ultimately we have come to the end of the 2021 International Conference of KPIBIB. To officially close the event, we would like to cordially invite the Vice Rector 1 of Universitas Gunadarma, Dr. Raffi Ahmad Salim, to deliver his closing remarks of the conference of the 2021 International Conference of KPIBIB L2 Dikti Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta. To Dr. Raffi Ahmad Salim, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Gunadarma University, I would like to express our deep gratitude to all who are involved in the performance of this important international conference, KPIBIB 2021, especially to the conference chair, Mr. Engineer Tata Sugaharto PhD, KPIBIB Chair Profesor A.S. Margianti, Head of LL Dikti Wilayah 3 Profesor Agus Diobudi, Secretary General Ministry of Education of Indonesia, Ms. Engineer Suharti PhD, who in this occasion delegates her speech to Dr. Muhammad Sofwan Effendi, keynote speaker Professor Nasbiah Abdul Wahid, the moderators Dr. Mr. Ricky Rizaldi, SE, MMSE, and Mr. Dr. Priyo Utomo, and all the invited speakers and all participants. It is of great importance nowadays to hold a conference such as what we have today, because the field of business science is not in no way in its ordinary state. But recently underwent an abrupt change and challenge due to the pandemics and other conditions. The changes are still going on some predictable and some unpredictable measures. Conference like ours today will not only produce scientific outcomes, but also policies and decision makings crucial not only to welfare, but maybe even also to the survival of the world under this great degree of uncertainty and as we experience right now. Business methods and even the goods involved in the businesses themselves need to be studied and analyzed further by experts, because laymen may not have sufficient ideas as well as hints to run them well enough. I'm sure that what you all have done today at least could ignite a start to a global movement, in particular in the emergency directions I just mentioned. For that good cause and many innumerable other ones, I pray that Allah, God Almighty, grant you all His infinite bliss from the merits that will bear fruits in the future, as well as from the good intentions and spirits you gave to the world. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. I am here not to deliver another speech nor any lecture, but to close this conference formally. So let's do that without further prolongations. I hereby formally close the International Conference, Business Concepts Before, During, and After COVID-19 Pandemics. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and participants, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, the 2021 International Conference KPIBIB LLDK Wilayah 3 DKI Jakarta with the topic Business Concept and Strategies Before, During, and After COVID-19 Pandemic, Lesson from the Past to Build a Brighter Future has been going smoothly.
And it is indeed the collaboration lies at the heart of the science, technology, and innovations in response to the COVID-19, where the national and international are hand in hand to cope with the situation. Therefore, we should capitalize on the momentum and the spirits of collaboration. And through the 2021 International Conference of KPIBIB, hopefully we can make a contribution in this situation together.
And we would like once again thank our speakers for knowledge shares, participants, and all parties that have helped to make this event to happen. And we would like to apologize for any shortcoming during the event. Hopefully this will be our lesson learned to constantly improving our quality. Thank you very for your attention. See you on next conference.
And finally, let us convey our goodbye by a pantun. Reading is my cup of tea. Nothing serious, just me trying to understand the artificial intelligence.
Warm greetings from Gunadarma University. We hope to see you again in our next event. I am Guntureka Saputra and my partner.
I'm Asti Darmayanti, are signing out. Goodbye and
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.